Lorenzo Quirino Elementary School, headed by Miss Lorna Bustamante, Head Teacher 3. Good morning, Ma'am Lorna.
Ma'am Cor, wala pa nakasulod si ma'am na forward na po na ko ang link sa iyahan.
Okay.
So, as of the moment, ako ang nasa stream and we're waiting for the YouTube link for our co-teachers to join po. Thank you.
Okay, po, ma'am. Then, Riverside Elementary School, headed by the school principal 1, Mr. Melvin Gosso. Good morning, Sir Melvin. Any representative po?
Riverside Elementary School.
Ay, good morning po, ma'am ko. Magpadulong pa mag-in si Sir Melvin po.
Good morning, Mr. Ed.
Okay, sige po. Surib Elementary School, headed by the school principal 1, Mrs. Nelita Sariliana. Good morning, ma'am. Nel. Surib.
Good morning, ma'am. Forward na po na ako ang link kay Ma'am Nelly, ma'am. Para pa siya kasulod, ma'am.
Sige po. Sige po. Upper Surib Elementary School, headed by the school principal 2, Mr. Agustin Huyan. Sir Jess. Good morning, Sir Jess. Baka hindi pa nakapasok. Tamayo Elementary School, headed by the school principal 2, Dr. Mercy Barsales. Good morning, Ma'am Mercy.
Good morning, everyone. In behalf of Ma'am Mercy, medyo hinay lang dyan ang signal link to ma'am. Ako din ang AR, Action Research Co or sa Tamayan. Good morning once again.
Thank you. Pedro Rodriguez Elementary School, headed by Ms. Marilyn Olaso, Head Teacher. Good morning, Ma'am. Ian.
Good morning po, ma'am. Waiting pa po ako for... Yes, ma'am. Waiting pa po kay Ma'am Marilyn po. Nasend ko na po ang link.
Let's move on to Wangan Elementary School, headed by school principal 2, Mrs. Romila Hikial. Good morning, Tay.
Good morning, ma'am po. In behalf of Ma'am Inday, ma'am, pasuloy pa siya sa link, ma'am.
Okay, sige po.
Thank you, ma'am.
Then, the last but not the least, Subasa Elementary School, headed by the school principal 3, Dr. Sulpicio Suico. Good morning, Sir June.
Good morning, Cor.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. Complete.
Complete po daw sila. Go, as of this moment po, may mga principal pa po na hindi pa nakapasok pero meron na rin mangilan-ngilan na nandito po. Ma'am Donna?
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Cora, for your checking of attendance. And due to the limited capacity ng Google Meet, others will not be able to join through this link. So they will be following the seminar via Facebook Live and YouTube. So I hope others will be able to join and find the link sooner because they're really about to start now. So before I proceed to the next part, I would just like to remind everybody of the virtual etiquette for conference meeting and online activities. First, we have to mute our mic when we are not speaking, when we are not the speaker. And then when we are speaking, we have to turn on our video. And if we want to raise something, we will, we can click the icon there, raise hand up, so that we will be recognized by the host. And again, please let us mute our mic to avoid noise pollution sa tuang conference. Okay, is that it? Okay, and now, to finally start our activity day, I would like to call on our very dear principal of Calinan Central Elementary School, the ever energetic Ma'am Elizabeth G. for her welcome address. Ma'am Abed.
Okay. So, madungog ko doon.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Okay, so thank you very much. My respect to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Rinaldo M. Gilina, CISO 5, our two ASDSS, Dr. Jinky B. Ferman, and Dr. Marilyn Didoyo, and our very understanding research focal person from the division office, Dr. MacArthur Gamayot, butan gud kaayo ni siya. And to our very own district supervisor of Calinan District, Dr. Adeline Aigo, my co-administrators of the different schools of Calinan District, our research district coordinator, Dr. Ann Carillo, school district coordinators coming from the different schools of Calinan District, research enthusiasts, teachers, ladies and gentlemen, a warmest pleasant morning to one and all. Mayong buntag sa tanan.
Good morning, ma'am.
It
Good morning,
is my
ma'am.
pleasure to welcome everyone to this 3-day virtual training seminar workshop in action research or basic research in Calinan District. And I am sure that you will feel enriched with knowledge after this training seminar. And I hope that every participant have a great time ahead to write your action research or basic research. And it is timely for us to write our action research because we do our interventions, reaching our learners of their learning outcomes on this time of pandemic. And we thank so much for our very enthusiastic district supervisor, Ma'am Adeline Aigo, for posting with us to continue having this training even though that we are now in the end of school year. And it is a very good na gawin ang lahat basta makaya lang natin. And it is not easy to teach children without face-to-face. But with our enthusiastic intervention of today's pandemic, we can make everything happen under our care. And that's what action research put into actions. And the saying goes, the common facts of today are the products of yesterday's research. Good morning once again and mabuhay ang action research ng Calinan District.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ma'am Abed, for your usual very, very warm welcome to our participants today. Okay, since we're having difficulty with a Facebook Live, I would like to request those who are not able to join and those who are here to advise your participants, your co-teachers, to search us on YouTube. The title is First Online Calinan District Action on Basic Research. Again, ask your fellow participants to join us on YouTube. First Online Calinan District Action on Basic Research. Okay, nakuha ba?
Okay na
So
po,
that they
ma'am.
can join already. Okay, I would just like to inform everybody also that the attendance for this activity will start at 9 a.m. until 11 a.m. only. Attendance will start at 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Okay. That's it. And now we are going to proceed to the next part of our program, which is the training orientation to be given to us by our district research focal person, Ma'am Ann R. Carrillo, master teacher too, of Villafuerte Senior Elementary School. I'm sorry, Ma'am Ann. Quirino. Quirino Elementary School. My God, I forgot.
No problem, Ma'am Don. Okay, may I share my screen? My respect to our SDS and the two SDSS, and of course to our senior education program supervisor in planning and research, Dr. MacArthur Gamayot, to our district supervisor, Dr. Adeline Aigo, to, of course, our district consultant, Dr. Elizabeth G. Ayag, to all the research coordinators, to all the TWG, and of course, to all the participants of this research, good morning. Wait for a while ha, kaya akong i-share ang akong screen. I prepared the PowerPoint for this orientation. Makita na ba ako ang slide? Dili pa.
Makita naman.
Okay. So, can you see it, Ma'am Donna?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The program title of this event is 3-Day Online or Virtual Seminar Workshop on Basic and Action Researches for Teachers. And the objectives are the following. Objective number 1, be familiar with the research guidelines of the Department of Education. And this is going to be given to us, of course, by our brilliant speaker from the division office. Identify the discrepancies in the teaching and learning process and the new normal way of education. Develop a classroom-based action or basic research that are workable in the new normal educative process. Of course, the platforms, Google Meet, FB Live, and YouTube. And here are the technical working group working on this training. Of course, the virtual environment, the attendance and certificate chairperson, we have Mr. Alex Apigo, and of course, our district ICT coordinator. The programs are actually arranged and drafted by all the members of the 4 lines or groups in Calinan District. Chairpersons are the following. For Group 1, Dulce Amor Bigasque. Group 2, Ms. Romeline J. Golciano. Group 3, Ms. Azalea Rose Minero. And of course, from Group 4, Rogeline Magante. Of course, all of these are actually spearheaded, and including in these are the school research coordinators and the district coordinator with the careful supervision of our district consultant, Dr. Elizabeth G. Ayag, and of course, our PSDS, Dr. Adeline Aigo. In this training, we are expected to have 2 attendances for each day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. And this attendance will be gotten or will be posted. The link of this will be posted by our ICT coordinator or the in charge of the environment or virtual environment, Mr. Alex Apigo. And in this attendance, please log in through your email. And the coordinators are going to be sending all these, and the coordinators also will follow up the attendance of the participants in their school. So call time, it's 8 a.m. for management of learning, and in the afternoon we are expected to be in this room. This is our permanent room, 1245 for the management of learning. Outputs for this research, we are expected to have action research or basic research proposals, up to proposals only. Then the submission of these outputs will be done by the teachers to the research coordinators of the particular school. And there will be two ways of monitoring. One is the katame, and this will be explained further by Ma'am Noche Oxo of Lieutenant C. Villafuerte Senior Elementary School. And of course, the second way is the taking of pictures of our writing journey all throughout the training. The process on pictures, the participants will take pictures of their own selves or somebody ask somebody to take picture on them participating in the training or writing, and then they're going to send them to the AR coordinators for a copy, and of course the ICT expert who will take charge of using the pictures for video presentation by group during the closing program. For questions and queries, please write in the comment section. There will be persons who will collate them every session and throughout the whole day session. For the presentation of output in the closing program, there will be at least one from each of the groups and one from the administrators. And hopefully, there will be people who are going to be brave enough to present what they have done for what they have done for the 3 days training. And I will leave you with this: never stop learning for all the participants, because life never stops teaching. That would mean that in research, we will not stop, even though it's difficult, we will not stop. We are going to strive harder, because Calinan District also will find its way or avenue to still give you things about research. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mom Anne, for your very detailed layout of the activity today and for the whole duration of this seminar. And now let's proceed to the part for where Mom Adelaido will give us her inspirational message. Of course, this activity will not be very enjoyable. Mom Adeline for her inspirational message.
I don't know.
Energetic district supervisor for Calinan district will give us her inspirational message for today.
I know.
Okay. Hello. Okay, my due respect to our SDS, Dr. Rinaldo Villena, CESO 5, the two SDS, Dr. Jinky Ferman and Dr. Marilyn Didoyo, Dr. Mac Gamayot, ex-focal person on research, the planning section, the 16 school administrators, 16 school coordinators on research, our district consultant on research, Dr. Elizabeth Ayag. Again, our district coordinator on research, Dr. Ann Carillo. The 16 school districts, the 16 school coordinators on research, all MTs teachers, all teachers who are present, whose presence is required, and to all teachers in attendance. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
First of all, I just would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to all our research, to our research consultant, Dr. Elizabeth Ayag, District Research Coordinator, Dr. Ann Carillo, to all the school research coordinators, and to all the technical working group. Thank you so much for realizing this research training. This is a long-awaited activity because this action research was approved last week of April. But because of some circumstances beyond our control, we are not able to implement this activity. However, action research training is now on the go that will give you all more knowledge of what is action research. Before, many teachers don't like action research because, according to them, action research spend much hiring statistician and grammarian, but actually not. This is an action research, just a form of inquiry that enables petitioners everywhere to investigate and evaluate their work. They ask, what am I doing? What do we need to improve? How do I improve it? It is done by practitioners themselves rather than professional researcher. All of you who are present today are practitioners because we are trying to solve the existing problem in your respective classroom or school for the teachers and administrators. Education is truly never-ending process because learning itself follows life process according to Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So a teacher focuses on area of concern in his or her classroom, while administrators focuses on the entire situation of the school. I know there were proposals last year conducted by some of the teachers. I mean, not conducted, no? Proposals that was supposedly to be conducted now by some of the teachers, but then it was not pushed through because it does not suit to the present pandemic status, the COVID-19. So now is the time to redirect your proposals that will match this pandemic time. That is why let us work hand in hand to improve the achievement of our children by conducting an action research. I would like also to encourage all of you to seriously conduct action research so you can be selected as recipient of the birth in the regional office, Region 11. I am appealing to all of you to please listen attentively to our facilitators so we can learn more on how to handle existing issues or problems in your respective schools. before I have to end my message, I forgot to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our focal person, Dr. Mac Gamayot. Thank you so much for attending our training, action research training. And also thank you in advance for sharing your ideas, because we need your bright ideas in this battle of doing action research. I would like also to leave this saying or quote from research. Research is what I am doing when I don't know what I am doing. Okay, so that is what I'm going to leave to you, because this is very important. No, research is what I am doing when I don't know what I am doing. Okay, so thank you so much to all of you, and I hope that we together we can solve our issues in our respective schools. So thank you so much, and good day to all. God bless.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Adeline Go. Indeed, teachers have many apprehensions about this action research, but your message has certainly given us some courage to take up the challenge of this activity, the action research. And now, let us have the next part, which is an orientation on the KATAME, or the Quality Assurance, Technical Assistance Monitoring, and Evaluation, to be given to us by our District KATAME Coordinator, Ma'am Noche A. Osco.
Thank you, Ma'am Donna. To our beloved PSDS, Dr. Adeline Aigo, to the speakers, Dr. MacArthur A. Gamayot and Jessa Bangat, to the principals, co-heads, action research coordinators, master teachers, teachers, a pleasant morning to all of you. Maayong buntag. Here we are again, another training na punta karon. This is our life as a part of our life in our profession as a teacher. So even though we are now experiencing pandemic, napangitaan gyapon nato og paagi, no? So we are lucky today. So, but anyway, my task today is to give to you the KATAME orientation. Let me share to you my slide. Dali lang ha. Okay. Anyway, before ang KATAME is QAME. QAME is Quality Assurance Monitoring and Evaluation. But since to 2019, na-change siya into KATAME. Which is, nadagdagan siya og technical assistance. KATAME, Q means quality, A, assurance, E, technical, A, assistance, M, monitoring, and E is evaluation. So, this KATAME, nadagdagan siya ka technical assistance as technical assistance for the facilitators as well as for the program management team for their improvement sa ilang presentation. Then naa siya this training, naa siya duha ka template for the katami. We have the daily monitoring, daily evaluation, daily evaluation, and the end of the program evaluation. And this monitoring, familiar naman ni sa tua. Kaya we have this before, gigamit na po nato ni. This is from the division template kay because we have the accomplishment report at the end of the program to be attached with the accomplishment report on this training. This evaluation will be rated as strongly agree, which is 4, agree 3, disagree 2, and strongly disagree 1. So sa end, sa daily evaluation, we have, of course, the email, the name of participants, the school, and don't forget sa day to be rated. Okay, so one naman siya. We have 3-day seminar, di ba? Take note of that. So, and then na-upload siya yung session, and then the facilitators, the virtual learning environment, and the program management team, and of course, the overall impression. Sa end of program evaluation, we have wala na siya session and facilitators, but we have the program management and of course the overall impression. So kaningat please be this is now the link will be posted sa inyong mga GC. Don't forget, don't worry kay ma-post ni siya sa inyong mga GC ang atong link for daily. So ihatag ni siya mamaya. And then this is now our link. And then paki-picture na lang then. And for the end of evaluation program evaluation, we have another link will be posted later sa the third day of the training. Tama ni siya ang link. Okay. Now, naalam ko yung mga simple reminders. Please, kanisya, daily evaluation will be answered after daily program. Since we are now online man ta, kay naka-online magita karon no kay man siya, virtual training man siya. So after sa atong evaluation, after sa atong training, pwede paki-answer lang sa daily evaluation kaagad para ma-generate na ko ang result para ma-send ako kay Ma'am Ann para pagaugma ma-share feedback if ever there is an improvement para sa atong program o sa mga as well as sa session. And then kanipod ang end program evaluation will be answered before lunch break on the last day of the program. Lunch break akong gibutang kay nahuman na atong session with the half day mata sa on the third day. So pwede naman siguro siya mag-answer mo sa iyong end program evaluation para mahabol nato bago mag-closing program, mahabol nato ang result ani ma-generate ma-present po ni Ma'am Ann ang overall nga result sa iyong katami. Pwede ba mga teachers? And mao lang to siya ang mga simple reminders kay usually mao man gyud ang ako ang ma-experience during before sa atong evaluation training na nani katami nga dugay kay maka-evaluate ang ubang schools, ubang teachers. So karon sure kay virtual naman gini siya. So okay na maka-scan dayon mo maka-evaluation dayon mo. And that's it. So, that's it. And thank you. Good morning to all of you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Noche Osco, our district Kwatame. Okay, Kwatame din na siya pagbasa, no? Kwatame coordinator.
Katami,
And
ma'am.
I'm, opo. Okay, I'm sure that we are already guided with what we're going to do in the research, no? Mag-answer dapat kahuman para magamit din siya sa SBM. Nga kung ano, pinapangita ni siya. Okay. And now, next activity, we will break the ice first. Kay, kasi yung action na taong pag-drive, kung ano man tayo, murag technical na ito kayo ipakita. No? So, break ice, I would like to call in our very energetic teacher from Calinan District Elementary School to facilitate the icebreaker. This will be done sa YouTube. So, Mami ko ang dari sikreto nga activity karon. Dili siya sikreto kay makabalo na ko. Okay. Sa YouTube din siya brain teaser kay mga researchers man daw ta. So we will tease your brain to activate the maximum amount numbers of neurons nga nasa inyong brain. Later when we have our thoughts will be how nakita mo answer, how nakita minaw. Okay. Ready na ba our facilitator? Okay, we will be presenting brain teasers on YouTube, and please kung na maka-comment kay ang i-claim nyo kay Kuan. Full head I claim ang okay. Shall we start? You can already see the third screen already. Okay. Hidden words from the set of phrases. Nga kita ninyo. Okay. The first teaser is what is in seasons, seconds, centuries, and minutes, but not in decades, years, or days. What is in seasons, seconds, centuries, and minutes, but not in decades, years, or days. Answers will be posted later. If somebody has already the correct answer, we will announce the correct answer. Comment the answer. Those who are in Google Meet can also comment their answers. Let me check. It seems like somebody already gotten the correct answer. Who could that be? Okay, from Zoom. Ang nasa Zoom, si Ma'am Jessa, ang Jessa Lipangog. Dilita di pa ni Ma'am Jessa the bright, good guy siya. Sa YouTube, what about the YouTube? Has somebody commented already the correct answer?
Wala. Dili po makakomment.
Hala, dili daw makakomment.
Late pa sa
Ay, basig late sila dito, no? Dili makakuan. Okay, let's proceed. May I announce the answer? The correct answer is the letter N. The letter N. Naado siya sa seasons, sa pero wala sa decades, at year. So letter N, the I. Okay, next teaser. Ma'am Georgie, our next teaser. Ma'am Jessa, nakay premyo. So, school ikay ma'am. Congrats, Jessa. Okay, next teaser. Karuan. Yung wata nakita kay Anay. Okay. Sila. Next, giimbento pa ang sunod nga. Giimbento ang sunod. Really, I can see it to be na makita sa YouTube.
Wala ko yung makita sa YouTube, ma'am.
Okay. Basi hinay lang. Hinay ang signal, no? Kuan sa I'm asking for your extension of your patient kay hinay ang signal dito nga part. Okay, next teaser is I have a head, a tail, but no arms, legs. What am I? I have a head, a tail, but no arms and legs. What am I? Go, go, go! Comment your answers na lang. Okay, kita rin sa Google Meet. Dito maka-comment sa YouTube. Yay! Okay, nanay na-comment sa correct answer. Nakakita mo ang uban? Ang answer kay gi-type sa message sa in-call messages dili sa Google Meet. Okay, somebody has already gotten the correct answer. Sir Edsel Jose. Ako'y maka-premyo na jud si Sir Melvin ani. Okay. So the correct answer is coin. A coin kanang sinsilyo ba? Kasi ba piso, di ba? Mag-toss coin, head, tail, head, tail. Okay. So muna siya ang next. Muna siya ang answer. Okay. So next, we will have the next piece. Okay, and I can fly, but I have no wings. I can cry, but I have no eyes. What am I? I can fly, but I have no wings. I can cry, but I have no eyes. What am I? Okay. Kinsay maka-guess ana naranasan ko palibot is part of the environment. Ay, bright jud ma'am. Uy, bright sila. Katag na anak da. But okay, nana po yung nakakuha sa correct answer. Pasa oy. Okay, so ano to siya? Si Ma'am Jessa lang gihapon. Sus, sa ganito ni si Ma'am Jessa dyan, no? Researcher, kada si Ma'am Jessa, no? Upti kayo mga neurons sa brain. Okay, the correct answer, according to Ma'am Jessa, is clouds. So they can fly, but they have no wings. Okay, next. Okay, I'll read in advance. Hindi ka makashare. Ay, okay. Okay, next teaser is some months have 30 days and some have 31 days. How many months have 28 days? Bago na kadung sa YouTube. Ay, sa Facebook dahil. Some months have 30 days and some 31 days. How many months have 28 days? How many months have 28 days? Ay. Okay. Char. Okay, so update kayo ni researcher ni Sir Edsel Jose from Riverside Elementary School. Silingan na mo ang eskwelahan. Okay. Congratulations si Sir Edsel na po ang nakakuha mo rin. Duharag ang nagkaroon ni si Ma'am Edsel. Si Sir Edsel, si Ma'am Jessa. Although others are also able to give the correct answer, pero papaspasay man ni siya. So, muna siya ang nakuha. Paspas siguro lang internet. Okay. Congrats mga naka-ano. For na to siya. Okay. The fifth teaser for the day is five sisters are busy. Anne is reading, Rose is cooking, Lucy is playing chess, and Mary is doing laundry. What is the fifth sister doing? Five sisters are busy. Anne is reading, Rose is cooking, Lucy is playing chess, and Mary is doing laundry. What is the fifth sister doing? Okay. Wala akong kita sa answer, dito to answer. Okay, unsa daw gibuhat sa ikalima nga sister? Anybody is welcome to give that for their best guess. Unsay tagna ninyo naara dito sa phrase na akong again, I'm going to say it again. Five sisters are busy. Anne is reading, Rose is cooking, Lucy is playing chess, and Mary is doing laundry. So what is the fifth sister doing? So they're all busy, and the answer is just right there. What is the fifth sister doing? Ako ba nag-guess? Say mag-guess diha asay kang Sir Edsel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Charang! Okay, time's up na. Okay, the correct answer is, di ba nag-play mo to sila, nag-read, nag-cook, nag-laundry, and then Lucy is playing chess. So, if Lucy is playing chess, she must have somebody to play with. So, moto siya ang gibuhat sa ikalima ng sister nakigula kay Lucy. So, the fifth sister is playing chess with Lucy. Okay. So, gusto pa mo isa pa? Dili na. Okay, let's proceed to the next activity. I hope that all your brain cells have already looked to our brain teasers for today, and that you are very, very much ready to participate and to listen to our main session for today. Okay, but before we plunge into that, I'd like to call one of the very most important person for this activity. Siya jud ang nagkuhanan ay tanan. Her job for this month is to introduce our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again our district research coordinator, Dr. R. Caroline.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Donna. Before I would introduce this great person, I would like to request everybody to open please your videos, and while the sessions are going on, I request everybody to open still our videos as our respect to our speaker, so that they will feel that we are there listening to him or to her. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you this kind person whom I know for a very long time, but I'm sure he did not know me. He had been an advocate of research since I think 7 years back. He was able to write many researches and was published in the division office, and he was once our speaker in one of the trainings before, way back 2014 or 2013. And then today he is serving as the Senior Education Program Supervisor in Planning and Research in our Division Davao City. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about Research Management Guideline. Let us welcome with a warm virtual applause our great speaker, Dr. MacArthur A. Gamayot.
Thank you so much. Good morning. So, my respect to our district supervisor, Ma'am Adeline Go, to the research consultant of the district, Calinan District, Ma'am Elizabeth Ayag, to the district research coordinator of Calinan District, and the training manager for this today's training until Thursday, Ma'am Ann Carillo, good morning, and to all school heads of Calinan District, teacher in attendance in this virtual room, good morning. Okay, so today I will be talking about the research management guidelines or the RMG, but I also include the DO39 series of 2016 or the Basic Education Research Agenda because this is the guiding principle in doing research also. Okay. I will share my slide. Okay. So before discussing the research management guidelines or the RMG, I will be talking first on the basic education research agenda because this is the guiding principle or this is the umbrella of the research management guidelines. And that is under DepEd Order number 39, series of 2016, released last June 10, 2016, and entitled Adoption of the Basic Education Research Agenda. What is this DepEd order is all about? Okay. So the rationale of this BERA or Basic Education Research Agenda, it is anchored on our DepEd core values as well as the mission and vision. So this one, our mission and vision, as well as the aim of this BERA is to sustain the progressive orientation by ensuring that its action, meaning what we will be doing today, doing research, specifically action or basic research, it should be what we call this one, informed by sound and relevant evidence product of research, meaning all actions, implementations, programs, and projects should be a product of a research base. So BERA will is a guiding principle, as I mentioned. This BERA will guide all DepEd researchers for all of us teachers, teaching and non-teaching employees of DepEd, from schools to the divisions, regions, and even in the central office. In the same way, this agenda will also be shared in consideration for our external partners, meaning this BERA can be our basis, will be our passport also if we want to partner with other stakeholders. It could be internal or external partners. Now, the guiding principle of this BERA focuses on three, on the excellence, uh, talking about the relevant and researchable. I hope that as mentioned by our public school district supervisor, Ma'am Adeline Go, it is very clear that our research, the output of our 3-day training virtual for this action and basic research should be relevant, meaning today we are in the new normal, we are in the pandemic, so that the topic, the concept, the theme that we will be doing or we will be making research, it could be action or basic, should be relevant also to the situations that we are experiencing today. And the very, what we call this one important is it should be researchable. When we will see researchable, we should what we call this one, this research should be finished, should be done within a time frame. Baka gagawa tayo ng research, for example, we are teachers, gagawa tayo ng research for teaching and learning, tapos matatapos na lang yung school year, we haven't give action to issues or problem encountered in our teaching learning process, baka nag-drop na lang yung mga bata na natapos na lang yung taon, hindi pa rin natapos yung research natin. So what I mean here, it should be researchable. Another is, yeah, very important also is the logical, coherent, and evidence-based findings. Meaning, from the start of our concept paper, as mentioned by our district research coordinator, Ma'am Ann, we will be making, or the output for this 3-day training will be a proposal. Our proposal should be logically and coherently done, meaning pagbasa pa lang natin from the title, from the introduction or rationale, from the context, down to the last part of our research paper, there should be a linearity, meaning dapat coherent and logical yung discussion. Another is the integrity. Ito yung pinakamahalaga in doing research. There should be high ethical consideration. There should be high ethical standards, honest and accurate in the data collection as well as in analysis. Kasi based on experience, based on reading some research papers, for me, in my case only, I can easily tell that this research is a product of a copy paste from a source, like in a web page, in an internet, wherein there is a mix of concept, there is a mix of scenarios. Why? Because I don't know how it is being done, but at glance, in my case, medyo masasabi ko na, ay, parang copy-paste yung context and rationale. Okay. But we will be dealing that context and rationale as you go on with your 3D training. Now, another guiding principle is the openness, meaning it is a collaborative research work, multidisciplinary perspective in nature, truthful and timely dissemination. This is important in our new normal setting, truthful and timely dissemination. Why? As mentioned by Ma'am Go, we should finish our research during this time. Why? Because it is timely to disseminate our research findings, our research output to our co-teachers or our stakeholders. Why? Because we do the research during the pandemic. We research we disseminate the findings during the pandemic, and we will somehow adapt, or we will enhance, or we will augment problems or issues during the pandemic also, because timely. But if our research will be finished, or we make research during this pandemic and it will be done, it will be completed during the during the normal days without the pandemic, medyo not timely already in terms of the dissemination, in terms of the utilization. Okay, so here in the BERA, or the Basic Education Research Agenda, this is now our guiding framework. This is now the framework of the BERA, wherein all researches, all research papers conducted in the field, especially in the schools, conducted by teachers in the teaching learning, in the child protection, human resource, or in the governance, this research output should, the goal is to attain our mission and vision. And the common goal among all these themes is to have this: every Filipino has access to complete basic education with a quality education, effective and transparent governance. Talagang tatlo lang po yung target outcomes for for research conducted in the field, in the division office, in the central office, or in the regional office, only for access, quality, and governance. Ito yung dapat nating tandaan that the basic goal of doing research is to improve access of education, improve the quality of education, improve our governance system. Another cross-cutting themes. We have four main themes in doing research. It could be teaching and learning, child protection, human resource development, or governance. For us teachers, maybe we can focus on teaching, learning, and child protection, or focus only in the teaching learning process. Because the other themes, like the human resource development and governance, these are themes that mainly the clout or the coverage of our school heads or our principal or our public school district supervisor, because they are in charge on the human resource development and governance. For us teachers, we are focused on teaching and learning, or we can do also research focusing on child protection policy. And the disaster risk reduction management, inclusive education, gender and development, these are themes that can be merged, that can be found among the four themes. Pwede po tayo mag-research ng disaster risk reduction management in the teaching learning, pwede din in the child protection policy, pwede in the human resource development, as well as in the governance. The same also with inclusive education. Inclusive education is not only found in the teaching learning process, but it can be found also in the governance, human resource, and child protection, most especially the gender and development, or the GAD. That is why in our school budgeting, we really consider God or the gender and development, because they are the themes in research that can be found both or among the four themes, the main themes. Okay, so we will discuss this one by one: teaching, learning, child protection, human resource, and governance. Teaching, learning, as I said, teaching, learning, child protection, human resource, and governance are the four themes, the main themes in doing research. Theme one, the teaching, learning. What is this teaching, learning? What is the objective? What is the guiding principle of teaching and learning? First is teaching, learning. When we do our research focusing on teaching, learning, there are subthematic areas focusing on first instruction. In the instruction, it focus on, the attention or the objective is to focus on how the implementation of K to 12 program honing a well-rounded learners that able to compete in the current as well as a future economies, especially today during the pandemic, during the new normal. How is the instruction in the teaching learning process done? Ito yung magandang pag-aralan during the pandemic, kasi this instruction is not the same during the normal days. Iba kasi ngayon. We are in the new normal. How is instruction done? Another is we can choose also a topic focusing on what factors affects. Ay, okay, sorry. Okay, so sorry for the interruption. Okay, so we are now in the teaching learning, focusing on instruction. What factors affects the teacher's delivery of curriculum? We can also focus on this What factors affects the teacher's delivery of the curriculum? It could be in basic research or action research. What factors, especially during this new normal? What factors affects the teacher's delivery of the curriculum during the new normal? It could be factors could be in the information communication technology or ICT, or in the continuing professional development and so forth. Example, in the mentoring for master teachers, how did you mentor your co-teachers during this pandemic to attain the learning outcome? In the learning action cell, what happened now in the learning action cell during the pandemic compared to those uh, methods that we are doing during the normal days? Classroom management, I am very sure that this classroom management is not applicable during this pandemic because our students are not in the classroom, but they are in their perspective homes. Lesson planning and creation of instructional materials. What happened in the lesson planning and creation of instructional materials during the pandemic, since we are using modalities like printed modules or online learning? Another is the teacher's profile, especially in the specialization, knowledge, and motivation. It might be not so applicable during the pandemic, like the specialization, knowledge, and motivation. Another is the class size, not applicable nowadays. Contact time. Ito, contact time is really applicable because it might be a factors that hinders the learning of our learners. Why? Because some teachers says that mahirapan nga yung mga bata to learn the competency sa harapan ng teacher. How about now that they will not be able to contact, to talk, to ask the teacher because of the printed module? This is a good topic for action research or basic research. What is the effect of contact time to the learning of our students during this pandemic? Another is the materials and resources. When we say material and resources, is it enough? The materials that we have today during this new normal, is it enough for our learners? Another is the language, medium of instruction. Itong language and medium of instruction are uniform throughout the module. Parang grade kinder or grade 3, parang mother tongue, then grade 4 to grade 6 is English. What happened to our learners wherein our medium of instruction, example, in the grade 6 English, because they will be the one to read, they will be the one to comprehend and understand the module. So this is also a good topic for study, basic or action during this new normal. Another is learning space or in the environment. We all know that this learning space and environment is not common to all the students. Unlike during the normal days, the learning environment or the learning space is inside the classroom, inside the school campus. Now they are in their respective homes, wherein there are uniqueness in terms of classification and in terms of differentiation of their learning environment. Maganda din itong pag-aralan. Kumusta kaya yung the effect of this learning environment to the learning outcomes of all learners wherein they are not in the schools, they are in the respective homes? Another, focusing on the instruction, it can be we can ask question, what teaching and learning strategies can teachers apply to ensure inclusive and learner-centered education, especially during this pandemic? Napakagandang tanong ito during this pandemic. What teaching and learning strategies can teachers apply to ensure inclusive and learner-centered education during pandemic or during new normal of education? Maganda talaga. I really encourage teachers those who plan to do basic or action research. Ito yung pinakamagandang tanong. What teaching and learning strategies can teachers apply, or what teaching learning strategies teachers applied to ensure there is inclusive and learner-centered education during new normal? Okay, there are possible subtopic also that you can focus on: inclusive education, the SPED, the indigenous people, education madrasa, ALS or ADMs, the disaster risk reduction or climate change adaptation, differentiated instruction. What happened to the differentiated? Are we still Is differentiated instruction still applicable during the new normal? Or individual learning styles and multiple intelligences? This is a good topic. Why? Because how do we cater? How do we what we call this one, enhance? How do we improve? Or very common, what teachers do during new normal to cater the individual learning styles and multiple intelligences of our learners? Because some says that we are doing differentiated instruction to cater individual learner styles and multiple intelligences. But now during the new normal, what have we done as a teacher? Ito yung magandang pag-aralan. Ano yung ginawa natin para makater yung individual intelligences, individual learning styles ng ating mga bata? Because we are only implementing the printed modules or the online system or other blended methodologies. Ito maganda. Another is the collaborative learning. Medyo hindi siya masyado, not so applicable during this new normal. Classroom management also, because students are not found in the classroom. Child-centered approach, emerging good practices, ICT in education. Okay. Another focus of the teaching learning is the curriculum. So what is in this curriculum? It focuses on the contribution of the K-12 on improving learning outcomes with the integration of skills and competencies such as disaster risk reduction, the climate change adaptation. In the delivery of the new curriculum, looking effectiveness in crucial. So specifically, what is the focus of this curriculum in the theme teaching learning? You might ask, how is the curriculum able to contribute in achieving learning outcomes during pandemic? Ito, though this theme created, drafted during the normal days, but it is very, very applicable during pandemic. How is curriculum able to contribute in achieving learning outcomes during the new normal? Kasi iba na kasi yung system of para bang education natin ngayon, new normal, unlike before, normal. So how is the curriculum able to contribute in achieving learning outcomes in the new normal? Or how is the curriculum responsive and relevant to the learners this new normal? Kasi pag titingnan natin, walang nagbago sa curriculum natin, still K-12 curriculum. But ano lang yung nagbago in terms of teaching methodologies, strategies, and styles. So meron bang kakaibahan if we will compare it to the normal days? Ayan. In terms of its contextualization, if before we are facing the students, we can contextualize everything by just managing our learners inside the classroom. But now, nothing. Parang ang hirap i-contextualize wherein our learners is not found inside the classroom or indigenization. Spiral progression, higher order thinking skills. We are after of developing higher order thinking skills to our students. Ngayon, during this pandemic, let's try to revisit, let's try to think what happened to the higher order thinking skills that we want to develop in our learners during this pandemic. Maganda po siyang pag-aralan. Another is focusing on learners. Una is the last is the curriculum. Now is the learners. We have already 3 sub-themes in our teaching learning. What is this learners? This agenda will study the developmental, social, and behavioral effects of teaching learning process on learners who are primary clients of basic education. Meaning, maganda itong pag-aralan what happened to the social and behavioral aspects of our learners during new normal. Or you can ask the question, what factors affect learning behavior of learners during new normal? It could be in the child development, external, internal environment, teaching strategies, multiple intelligences, ayan. Or what contributes to the values formation of learners during new normal. Kasi teacher is not found inside the classroom, learners is not found inside the classroom. So it could be the school influence, parang wala na itong school influence, but community influence, their culture, kasi they are more exposed to their community because they are in their respective homes. If they're exposed to their community, they are more exposed to their culture. Kaya nga, ang dami sigurong nag-early marriage kasi they are more exposed to their culture. Ito, maganda talaga itong pag-aralan. Values formation of our learners during the new normal. Since they are more exposed to their community, so they are more exposed also to their culture. Kaya ang daming early marriage. Yan. Extra and co-curricular activities, wala na ito. Another is the goal and the target of DepEd is to produce a well-rounded, happy, and smart learners. What happened to this goal or target during this new normal? Wala na si school influence kasi ang layo nila sa school. Though they are still part of the schools but medyo not hindi siya masyadong nakakaapekto. But what is more pressing points here that affects the well-rounded and happy smart learners are the community, their culture. Kaya nga, as I mentioned earlier, there are reports na ang dami ng early marriage because they are more exposed to the community and to their culture. Another sub-themes is the assessment. Ito, magandang pag-aralan. Why? Because we are in the new normal, but still the assessment that we are adopting is the assessment that was crafted or that was developed during the normal days. Yung assessment ngayon hindi nagbabago. Ito pa rin yung assessment na ginagamit natin during the normal days. So, it requires further study to refine the details of the framework. Yan. The framework of our assessment today in the new normal should be revisit. Formula, in my own opinion, it requires further study to refine. Why? Because we are in the normal days and we are still adapting the assessment during the normal days. Okay? So it might be, you can ask questions, what factors affect the implementation of classroom assessment during normal or during new normal? Kasi new normal tayo. What factors affect the implementation of classroom assessment during new normal? The formative, the summative, wala na ito kung tinanggal. But still, the grading system is the same. So paano, I know you are good in this. So it is also, I recommend that I hope somebody will raise a study, will come up a study that leading to a policy revision, a policy para bang revision or retooling of our assessment. Emerging goods practices ito. How teacher assess the performance of the students during the new normal. And it could be our emerging good practices. Kasi yung assessment, as I said, the same assessment yung ginamit during normal days and ngayon, new normal. So what are those practices adopted by teachers? Good practices. Teachers' expertise in constructing various types of assessment. Ayan, you can focus also your studies on this. Another area or questions or topic for research, how effective is recognition of prior learning or RPL in determining students to special programs? I don't know how you come up with this, but the focus here is the assessment. Very, very, very good concept or topic for research. How we do the formative and summative assessment. How do we validate the assessment that it is really the students who do answering, who do making the task? Baka si parent, baka si kapatid yung gumawa. Okay. Another topic or sub-themes of the teaching learning is the learning outcomes. What is learning outcomes? Research agenda examines learning outcomes by understanding what drives achievement and by assessing and comparing the progress of learners in grade levels and geographical regions. Specifically, we can focus on what factors affects the achievement of learning outcomes during new normal. Is it teacher factors? Is it the learning environment because they are in their community, in their respective homes? Is it the learning resources, the printed module or the online system? Is it the assessment? Yes, as I said, we need to retool for me the assessment. Ito, magandang pag-aralan. What factors affects the achievement of learning outcome in the new normal? Baka the factors that affects the learning outcome is the parent. Si parent na yung nagturo sa bahay, si parent na sumagot ng mga module natin, baka ganon. So, it is a topic that needs to study, that we need to do research. It could be action research or basic research. Another theme is the child protection, focusing I know you are very familiar on the child protection because it was implemented long time ago pa. So the department's commitment warrants a separate section on child protection, particularly to address the incidents of bullying. Ito na, teenage pregnancy, addictive behaviors, and child labor. How do we address bullying during pandemic? Meron bang bullying nangyayari during the new normal? Or the teenage pregnancy is prevalent, still ba prevalent during this new normal? How do we address them? Addictive behaviors in gaming, how do we address them? Nawala man yung mga bata inside the classroom. Ito maganda ding pag-aralan. So how can DepEd best address the following child protection concerns? Bullying. It could be physical, emotional, or cyber during this pandemic. Ano yung mga prevalence ngayon? Emotional, meron ba? Kasi they are in their respective homes. Wala siguro, walang nagbully classmate o classmates. But it could be in the cyber if they are in the online. Wala ding physical kasi andun sila sa bahay. But who knows, may mga kalaro, ganun. But that's not our concern anymore. Teenage pregnancy, very prevalent nowadays. As I said, because they are in their respective homes, they are more engaged in their community and in their culture. So how do we address this issue? Child abuse, addiction to games, baka na-receive na nila yung module pero hindi sinagutan kasi they are doing their ML or Mobile Legend, yung ganon. Okay, another is how can DepEd best prevent bullying? Yeah, ito na, as I said before. How can DepEd help reduce the incidence of teenage pregnancy and still provide attractive learning option for those involved during pandemic or during new normal? Ano yung ginawa ni DepEd? Ano yung ginawa natin as a teacher para hindi naman siya mawala, but at least we can reduce the cases of teenage pregnancy. How can DepEd effectively help reduce addiction among its students? Kung wala na itong staff, among students na lang. Ito, what teachers, ano yung ginawa natin during this new normal to reduce the addiction of gaming addiction among our students? Parang hindi din natin malaman if they are doing or if they are addicted of games kasi nasa bahay sila, hindi natin nakikita, walang classmate nakapagsabi, but perhaps we can also do follow-up by home visitation or asking parents during the retrieval and claiming of modules. Another is how can DepEd best support victims of child abuse? in our part as a teacher, as a school administrator, how can we support those victims of child abuse if we receive report coming from sources? Anong ginawa ni schools, anong ginawa ni teacher as part of a second parent to our learners or our students? Another theme, as I said, this is not so applicable with our classroom teachers, but very applicable in our school heads, principal, or our administrator. So this human resource development focuses more on the teaching and non-teaching qualifications and hiring, career development, and employees' welfare. Okay. For school heads or principals who would like to study, who wants to study, focus on human resource development, you might consider some of this. How effective is the professional development framework in the delivery of K-12 curriculum? What qualifications and competencies are required for teaching in an inclusive learning environment? How can pre-service teacher, ito parang this is good for other HEIs. What classification and competencies are required of non-teaching staff to support the effective delivery of the K-12 curriculum? Or you can focus on the issue and challenges in hiring. Ito, very common issues, hiring of teachers kasi pag may na-hire na tayong teachers, lilipat sa ibang schools because they seek transfer because daw napakalayo ng bahay nila. Yan. How do we handle those challenges and issues? Ito, pang school heads, in terms of ranking system, natural vacancies, plan for position, and so on. Another is how can selection, retention, assessment, development, promotion, and recognition be enhanced? Pwede ba? Yes, you can suggest out of your research if there are some points that we need to enhance in terms of our selection, retention, assessment, development, and promotion QS. It could be in the career path progression, personal consideration, and others. Or the very common is the result-based performance management system or the RPMS or the so-called IPCR and OPCR. Still in the human resource, you can also study or focus your research. It could be action or basic on the capacity building activities. What are the capacity building activities done in our schools for our teachers during this new normal? Kasi it might be our teachers are affected emotionally, physically, or financially in the new normal. What capacity building activities ginawa natin sa schools para matulungan yung teacher natin? Ito, maganda for school heads and or school administrators. Another is what kind of mechanism are the most appropriate to promote the welfare of DepEd employees during new normal? Ano yung ginawa natin to promote the welfare of our teachers in the school, to promote the welfare of teachers in our districts? Yan. Okay, another is what motivates teaching and non-teaching personnel to sustain commitment and passion to high-quality teaching, learning, and work performance. Maganda talaga ito for our administrators. What motivates teaching and non-teaching personnel to sustain commitment even in this new normal? Nagre-report sa school, gumagawa ng mga dapat nilang gawin, gumagawa ng mga KRA nila. So, what motivates them even if it is in the new normal kahit na para bang natatakot na sila for the pandemic, natatakot na sila to go outside, but still they are motivated. Ano yung ginawa natin? Ano yung naiambag natin for the teachers? Ito, maganda for the school administrators or our school heads. Another theme, the last theme is the governance. Still, this is the coverage, this is the clout of our school administrator or our school heads or our school principal. Focuses on the accountability. Ito, structure system that contribute to the achievement of the basic education outcomes. Ito accountability, transparency, finance, planning, managing, processing. Ito, focus po ito ng governance. You can also focus on the following section. How can DepEd determine effective and efficient standard for critical education resources for schools, community learning centers, and other delivery units? Or how can DepEd improve its planning process across levels? Ito, paano na natin mapapa-improve? Baka may school administrator tayo, school principal, or school head na gustong pag-aralan. How can we improve the process or the request of cash advance or the MOOE, ganon? Baka you have your own ideas, you have your own good practice that can promote, that can enhance the request for cash advance or for the MOOE. Magandang pag-aralan, and that focuses on the governance. Baka meron kayong mga magandang ideya. But that idea will still be para bang sayang if we will not do that into, or we will not come up with an action research or a basic research for that para pwede nating i-elevate to the higher authority that this is a very good process to improve or to enhance the system. Okay, or how effective is DepEd's overall program management in terms of coordination, monitoring, capacity building, personnel selection, support structure, sustainability and mainstreaming, networking, and linkages? Ito maganda during this pandemic. How can we effectively manage the networking and linkages during the new normal? Yan. Another is how can we maximize external partnerships locally and abroad to facilitate the delivery of basic education during this new normal? Ayan. Or what factors affect transparency and accountability in DepEd's operation during new normal? How can schools effectively respond to grievances kung meron pa this new normal? Ang hirap naman, new normal na tapos meron pang mga nag-aaway na mga teachers, parents, pero medyo mahirap na itong learners and parents because they are in their community. Another is how can DepEd maximize the benefits gained from the evaluation outputs and expertise from within and outside the department. For example, today's training, our 3D's training of action and basic research, how can we maximize the evaluation report in order to enhance the system of giving trainings virtually or giving seminars virtually? Still in the governance, focuses on the disaster risk reduction or the DRR. How effective are current prevention and mitigation measures in DepEd offices and schools? Ito, walang mga bata, medyo relax tayo kasi we only monitor few. So, yung mga kasamahan lang natin na teacher, but can we extend this monitoring, the prevention and mitigation measures to our learner even if they are in their respective homes? Ayun, maganda din. How are prevention and mitigation practices integrated in the curriculum during the new normal? Kasi wala yung mga bata sa school, wala yung mga bata sa classroom. How are prevention and mitigation integrated? Nasa module ba nila? Or pag earthquake, para bang last night, parang 11, ano kayo yung nangyari? Still, ginawa pa ba kaya ng mga bata natin yung mga drill system natin or process if may earthquake? Ganon, maganda itong pag-aralan, prevention. Another is, what are the factors that contribute to the risk reduction and preparedness in the community integration? Yun na, as mentioned earlier. Another is what factors affecting the effective delivery of learning continuity in the schools during your normal. How ready is DepEd in providing an inclusive learning environment? Yeah. Okay. So yun po yung 4 main themes of conducting research, basic or action research. We should consider our topic in choosing the topic, choosing the title, that it should be within the 4 thematic areas: teaching, learning, child protection, human resource, and governance. If outside with that, pwede as long as under ng DRR or disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, gender and development, and inclusive education. Sana doon lang po iikot yung mga topic natin, selected topic, selected title, or selected areas of interest in our research. Now, after that, we will proceed to the research management guidelines. Bakit in your program matrix, dapat i-discuss ko una is the research management guidelines or the RMG, but I discuss first the BERA or the Basic Education Research Agenda because itong research management guidelines or the RMG focuses more on how we manage research in the central level, regional level, and division level. They are more on the governance. Ito, most specifically in the division level. Paano natin i-manage yung research? Hindi ito masyadong point of interest ng mga teachers, but for the governance level on how we manage research. Kaya nga nilagay ko sa last. But I selected topics or concepts that very applicable to teachers because not all topics here, not all concepts in the research management guidelines applicable to teachers. So I selected some. Very common under the research management guidelines na pwedeng gamitin ng teachers is the provision of yung tinatawag nating Basic Education Research Fund or the BERF, wherein DepEd having this RMG to provide financial assistance to teacher, also non-teaching personnel, our school heads, staff, it could be our PSDS, to provide, to have this, to avail this financial assistance. And this financial assistance was para bang divided into have percentage for release, wherein 75% of that is allocated for the conduct or the implementation of your research. And the 25% will be allocated for the dissemination of the findings of your research. Example, if you choose to conduct research in the school level, 75% of the total amount is intended for the implementation. And the 25% of the total amount is intended for dissemination. It could be in the meetings, seminars, conferences, or in the LAC session. 25% will be allocated for that. Okay. So, ito yung allocation. Wherein, if your study is in national level, paano, baka may interesado mag-conduct ng study for national level, your study will be considered national level if it covers at least 2 regions. Dalawang regions. Pag mag-study ka ng your participants within Region 11 and Region 12, that is already or considered as national level research. Regional level, if the coverage of your research is at least region-wide, covering at least 2 divisions, Division of Davao City and Division of Tagum City, if yun po yung coverage ng research mo, it can be considered as regional level. And research that is division-wide, district-wide, or covering at least 2 schools, yun po yung division level. Example, magkakanda kayo ng research covering whole schools in the district, and that is division level. Or covering at least 2 schools. Kung ilang schools meron ang Calinan district, tapos 3 schools with that, or 4 schools, 5 schools, covering 5 schools for your study, considered na po yan na division level. And the amount that you will be, or grant amount, is 150,000 for division level. Regional level, also 150,000. national level is 500,000. Pareho po yung amount of grants for the regional level and division level, 150,000, but a duration of 1 year to finish the study within 1 year, or dapat tapos na yung study mo within 1 year. But what if hindi natapos? You can still ask for an extension. For teachers covering only classroom-based or school-based, nagkakandak lang ng research inside the classroom or in the school premises, yun po yung school-based research, wherein you will be receiving an amount, if granted, at 30,000 per research, and a maximum amount of, or a maximum of 6 months as the whole duration to finish your study. Sir, what if hindi natapos because I transferred from one school to another? You can avail for an extension. Ito po yung coverage pag magkakandak si teacher, as mentioned during the message of Ma'am Adeline Gu, that sana maka-avail, or kung pwede mag-a-avail tayo nito, BERF, Basic Education Research Fund, and that is under the Research Management Guidelines. For teacher conducting research in the school level or classroom-based research, that is 30,000 given to the teacher as incentives for doing research. A maximum of 6 months, but you can ask for an extension. Ito po yung minimum requirements. If we plan to submit, for me lang, kung pwede, nagkakandak na naman tayo ng research sa district level, isasubmit na lang po natin we will submit that in the Basic Education Research Fund facility for the regions. Who knows, we will be granted for the 30,000. Sayang din if we will not submit. So ito po yung requirement. Since your training is composed of 2 types of research, basic research and action research. And take note, we cannot combine the 2 research. Hindi po pwedeng sabihin nating basic action research because those are 2 different research type. Magkaiba po si basic research, magkaiba po si action research. That is why ito po yung minimum requirements. As I revisit your matrix, siguro kasi dalawang research yung gusto ninyong output, basic research and action research, magkaiba po ng template, magkaiba po ng the way we discuss, the way we write our research. Pag basic research, ito po, introduction and rationale yung kailangan, may literature review, may research questions, may scope and limitation, may research methodology that compose of the following: sampling, data collection, ethical issues, plan for data analysis, and additional requirement for that, if we want to avail the 30,000 for Basic Education Research Fund, is the timetable or the Gantt chart. Ano itong timetable or Gantt chart? This timetable or Gantt chart, ito po yung attachment natin, or parang required time kung kailan matapos yung study natin, what particular days, month, and weeks. Anyway, there are samples. You can surf it in the net using DepEd Order number 16 series of 2017. And cost estimates. What is this cost estimates? It is the plan of estimates for the financial obligations. Example, how much we need to complete our research? How much is intended for materials like our ink, bond paper, what else? And other resources that is needed in the conduct of our research, pwede po. And references, yan. May attachment pa po yan, endorsement from the superior. Pwede nyong makita sa DepEd Order number 16, series of 2017. Ito yung action research. As I said, introduction and rationale, but in the action research, context and rationale, walang literature review. Yan, unlike with basic research, there is a literature review intended wherein some of the teachers will be complaining, wala na sila tulog because of surfing the net to find a literature review. But if we will be doing action research, walang literature review because that is only context and rationale. What is in the context and rationale? Anyway, all of these things will be discussed. All of these topics will be discussed by the speakers. However, I will just give you an overview. In the context and rationale, this is really the context of the issues, the context of the problem, the context of the scenarios happening in the school, in the district, or in the classroom level. Rationale, meaning, ano yung context? What is the issue? You just talk the issue, you just write the issue like you are telling a story, like you are writing a story. Parang storytelling lang po ang context and rationale, that you have a group of students or parents who will not claim their module during the schedule, who will not return their module during the schedule, wherein grades of your students, of their son and daughter is affected because you cannot get the scores. Ayan, ito po yung context and rationale. Propose innovation, intervention, and strategy. Ito dito dapat papasok yung logical, coherent, alignment, and parang ano ba? Dapat may para bang there is a connection from the context and rationale down to the proposed innovation. After identifying the issue in the context and rationale, that ito yung problema namin, may mga parents na hindi kukuha ng module during the schedule. Ano yung gagawin mong innovation, intervention or strategy or technique para the parent will go during the scheduled dates? Ito, example, pantry. Ayan, baka pupunta sila doon kasi they will receive free 1 kilo of rice. Yun. Tapos, action research question. If the basic research merong statement of the problem, here is action research question. Example, how can I motivate my parents to claim module or return module during the scheduled date? Paano? Yan. Ito yung research question mo. Tapos yung proposed innovation is pantry. Yan. Then action research methods. The component is the participants and or other source of data information. Sino yung mga participants? Parents na hindi kukuha ng module. Tapos merong other sources of data information. Bakit nasabi mo na parents na hindi kukuha ng module? You need to write also because, example, they are the parents during the scheduled date, weekly schedule, hindi sila, they are not present, they are not around. Pag i-text mo, pag tawagan mo, wala, out of coverage, ganon. Data gathering methods. How will you gather the data? If your innovation, proposed innovation, intervention, and strategy is pantry, how will you gather the data? Yun, dito po yan papasok sa data gathering methods. Paano mo i-gather yung data? Through checklist. Gagawa ka ng checklist kung sino yung mga parents or yung identified parents pagpupunta ba yan weekly to claim and return the module. Ayun. Iga-graph mo. You will be using graph analysis and that papasok sa data plan analysis or data analysis plan. Na you will be using graph, you will be using tables. If these parents claim and return their module weekly, yun. Pag successive 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or within a month, they return and retrieve or return and receive modules on time or based on the schedule. Yan, effective po yung innovation na ginawa natin. Cost estimates, as I mentioned earlier, ilan yung nagastos mo, saan mo gastusan yung 30,000 na grant, yun po ilalagay natin. Plans for dissemination and advocacy. How will you disseminate the output or the findings of your study? Ilalagay sa plan for dissemination. Is it during parents meeting, during the LAC session, or you will conduct your own forum for teachers, parents, and students so that you can disseminate the results of your activity and references. Ito po yung minimum requirements for action research. And the other one is minimum requirement for basic research. Magkaiba po yung basic, magkaiba po yung action research. With that, thank you so much and good morning.
Let's give a warm virtual applause to Sir MacArthur Gamayot for the very substantial and enlightening uh, discussion on his topic with additional pa na topic. So, sir, salamat kaayo. And we would like to apologize that we could not yet give you our certificate as of the moment. We will just be in if it is not going to be problem with you, sir. Could we invite you in the presentation of our research during the closing program?
Yes, ma'am. I will stay for the whole 3D training so that I can provide technical assistance or if ever
Ay,
they have
thank
questions also.
you!
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome po,
Salamat
welcome.
kayo.
Thank
Nalista
you.
kayo at least.
Thank you, sir.
With your discussion, sir, I think all the teachers who listen very well are able to get the possible titles of their or possible topics for their research. And I am even enlightened now on what to do and what to choose among the many topics that you have clearly discussed with us. So with this, sir, thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank
Okay,
you,
thank you
sir.
so much,
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Go. Thank you so much. And
Salamat,
all the
sir.
teachers, thank you so
Okay.
much. Ma'am Ayag, thank you. And Ma'am Ann, salamat.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you also, sir, for saying yes to the invitation. At this point, we're going to go directly to the next presenter so that your knowledge on the topics, possible topics that you're going to be doing in the research will be supported by this next topic, which is about the problem and intervention or working questions or working title. The next speaker, I would say that she is really brilliant in terms of research. Her research was awarded, I think, first in the regional level, and she is one of our pride in Calinan District in terms of research. And she is also the receiver of the award on the first Best Researcher during the regional presentation 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the pride of Lieutenant C. Villaferte Senior Elementary School, the pride of research team, and the pride of Calinan District, Miss Jessa Limpangog Bangat, a birth recipient.
Good morning, everyone. To our school's
Good
division
morning.
superintendent, Dr. Rinaldo M. Gallena, to our assistant schools division superintendents, Dr. Jinky D. Firman and Dr. Marvin B. Donuyo, to our senior program supervisor in planning and research, Dr. MacArthur Gamayot, to our Calinan district supervisor, our ever supportive, Dr. Adeline Aigo, to our district research consultant, Dr. Elizabeth G. Ayag, our district research coordinator, Dr. Ann R. Carillo, the school administrators of the 17 schools in Calinan District, especially to my principal, Ma'am Cheryl M. Labang, my fellow teachers who are with us here in our virtual room, and those who are watching us in our live streaming in our YouTube channel, a pleasant and blessed morning to everyone. So I am Jessa Limpangog Bangat from Lieutenant Cipriano Villaferte Senior Elementary School, and I am very honored for the introduction, Ma'am Ann, but actually that opportunity that was given to me to be a birth recipient was all due to Sir MacArthur Gamayot because of the trainings that he conducted in our division. And when we conduct trainings, you cannot go out of the venue if you cannot submit your proposal or your research. And then that proposal was submitted to the regional planning and research division. And then I was overwhelmed with it when I was told that that proposal was approved. So that's why. So my topic, I would just like to share my screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see now my screens, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, once again, good morning. My
Not
topic is
yet,
all,
ma'am.
ha? Wala pa nga akong screen.
Naana, Jess, naana.
Okay.
Na siya, ma'am. Na siya, ma'am.
So my topic is all about problems and interventions, working questions, and working title in the new normal. So I was so happy since I know that I will not have a difficult time in discussing this one because it was already discussed by Sir MacArthur in his presentation a while ago. Okay, so speaking of the new normal, this pandemic brought great changes in every aspect of our lives, especially in our education system. And although we have experienced negative impacts and challenges, but there are also positive results brought about by this situation. Yes, we were challenged, but we rose up to the challenges by exploring new things and trying out novel ideas. Since everything that we are experiencing now are quite new to all of us, then we could say that this is the best time for us to conduct research. So at the start of the class for 2020-2021, wherein we were asked to join different webinars with focus on our skills in the development of our skills in ICT. The first question that really came to my mind was, are webinars effective for teachers? Because I heard one was having a hard time in following the instructions of our facilitators during the webinar. Then I was thinking, how about the other teachers? Are we also experiencing the same thing? So that's the first question that I had. Next, during now the deliberation of what modality we are going to use for our school, for the distance learning, I was like, how can I effectively deliver the lesson in multiplying numbers through distance learning? During this time, Ma'am Gagabe asked us to have an audio recording in order to assist the student in their lessons in MAPE. But I was thinking, how about in math? What can I do so that I would also help the students learn the lessons in mathematics? Next questions. During now during the start of classes, I have noticed that some of my students are really performing low, especially in adding dissimilar fractions. That's why I thought, how can I improve the scores of my pupils in adding dissimilar fractions? And then during this time that we are now drawing to a close of our school year, what I thought was that, what are the perceptions of parents and students regarding modular distance learning? What could be their experiences while having their distance learning, especially in our school wherein they were just given modules that they have to answer at home. So these are my reflections and the questions that I have asked myself. So as you can see, if we're going to look at these questions, this could already be a topic for our research. So in order to answer this question, we could conduct research. So the objective of our discussion for today is to formulate or identify working questions, identify problems in the work field, and craft interventions to address the problems, and write a working title for the research proposal. So going back on our questions a while ago, where do these research questions come from? How can we come up with these research questions? So as I have mentioned, these research questions or the research questions that I have were generated from my daily experiences and reflections. Like questions like, why did it happen? What was different? How can it be changed? And what should I do next? So these are just simple questions which we ask ourselves every day. And these questions could already be the root uh, as a starting point for us to conduct a research study. So let's go back to the message that we have a while ago. Are webinars effective in the development of ICT skills of teachers? And what are the perceptions of parents and students? Then on the other side, we also have how can I effectively deliver? And how can I improve the scores of my pupils in adding listening attractions? So if you're going to look at the groupings of these questions, what do you observe? Anybody from the virtual room? What do you observe? Wrongs. Or the questions that we have. Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, on this side, we have here the effectiveness of webinars or the perceptions of parents and students. So these research questions are more on the collection of data in order for us to generate a generalization, in order for us to be able to draw relationship. Therefore, these questions are inclined to basic research. While these questions that we have on the other side, how can I? It is more on your personal reflections or your or it refers to your personal questions for your self-improvement, for the improvement of your practice, then it is more on action research. So that's why many of us will say basic action research. But actually, according to Sir Mac, there is no such thing as basic action research. We have basic research and we have action research. So in the birth also, basic research has separate guidelines, just what Sir Mark has shown us a while ago, and another guideline for action research. So when we say how can I improve, how can I enhance, how can I address, those are questions for action research. So I was having a dilemma about my topic because basic research and action research are separate types of researches. But I am more inclined to action research because that is that is the mostly my trainings are more on action research. So I will be focusing on formulating research questions in the action research. So, so the first thing that you're going to do is to focus on your classroom or role in the school and complete the following sentence stems. So how can I? So for action research, we have this sentence stem. How can I improve? How can I enhance? So example, how can I improve the scores of my grade 1 pupils in adding the similar fractions under modular distance learning? So this is the example of the research question which I would like to look into if I would do an action research for this year. Okay, so let's have our activity one for this morning. List down at least 3 questions which you have asked yourself while doing your task as a teacher and which you would like to expand upon. So you can use the sentence stem, how can I blank? But if you are more inclined to doing basic research, then you could also opt to. So this would be 5 minutes. This activity will be for 5 minutes. Then after that, I would just like to ask one representative from the group to present or to give us his or her list of questions. Okay, so Ma'am Anne, I have 5 minutes for the activity. Or 3 minutes na lang. Yun lang ba nun?
Okay, Ma'am Jess. Okay, Ma'am Jess. Ma'am Go. Ma'am Go, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, pwede na to i-off.
Ay, sorry. Sorry.
Nag-echo kay Ma'am Jessa. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. Nanawag ko sa'yo. Wala mo ka
Okay,
nag-pick up.
next.
Sige, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. This time we're given 3 to 5 minutes to formulate our research questions related to Ma'am Jessa's presentation on writing research title. Action research, basically. I think we already have an answer. Proud kaayo kay gikan pagyud siya. How can I motivate teachers in sustaining their passion in teaching during this new normal?
Yay. Thank you, Ma'am.
You can type your question. Thank you very much, Ma'am Ayag, for the nice question. Ako, I'm still thinking. Unsa man akong studyhan? Salamat, Kuya. Abdikan ni Madam Uy. Grabe.
So, Therefore, based on the of Sir Mac, so this is included in the human resource development.
Yes, oo, pasar kaayo ni Ma'am Jess. Ang ako ang gisugdan kay murag dili makapasar.
Is okay na siya sa human resource?
Yes, ma'am. Human resource siya, ma'am.
Oo, human resource.
Dapat si Sir Mac ang mo mo critic.
Dapat si Sir Mac ang mo. Tama ba ni?
Anyway, basig pwede din present si Ma'am Ayag sa closing kay naman po si Sir Mac mo critic. Ma'am Lagang, how can I sustain or improve teachers during COVID-19 pandemic? Wow! Grabe ni silang duha ba? Samot na siya kong kaulaw. Ganun pala yun.
How about the teachers, ma'am? From the teacher side, we already have the administrators.
Okay,
answers.
we are encouraging from teachers, please.
Okay. From the MTs. MTs.
Oh my God, MTs, if you can chat your or nasa YouTube ba ta, sir? Makakuan mata, sir, no? Maka-comment pa ta sa YouTube, sir, dili.
Ma'am.
Ay, disabled ang...
Ay, pwede na.
Pwede na? Yeah. Okay. Pwede na daw. Please, dear coordinators, pwede na daw ang pwede na daw ta mag-comment sa ato ang kuan. Sir Alex? Live? Okay, thank you, sir. How can YouTube as supplementary material in improving the mastery of learners in English 4 competencies? Wow, bongga, Ma'am Romeline.
Okay, so I think there are already many of us were able to have our research questions. So thank you, Ma'am Beth, Ma'am Che, Ma'am Romeline. Ay, napa si Ma'am Che, pahabol. Another, how can I manage school resources and implementation? Yan ang paps, ma'am.
Wow, congratulations, ma'am. Di man ko kabaluan ng mga ingana. Like, man gid akong una-una. Ay, naku, Jessa.
Basic research na
Sige, line kayo akong line kayo akong isip kay basic research, oy. Ako gipang-isip kay puro basic research, Jesus, Ginoo ko. Gusto ko mag-action.
Mag-action kay.
Pero sige lang.
At least action.
Ganin mo. So, sige ma, mag-isip jud ko ana maningkamot ta. Na-challenge sa jud kaanin nila. Oh, hawod gwapo kay ilang mga questions. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Very nice. Okay, so let's proceed. I hope that everyone already has their questions, and we have also presented already some of the questions from our administrators, Ma'am Che, Ma'am Abeth. We have also from the teachers, Romeline, and nabasa atong YouTube comments or Facebook. So let's proceed. We are already done with the formulation of our working questions. Now let's go to our intervention. So let's go back to the questions that you have identified a while ago. For example, this is my question which I would like to work on. How can I improve the scores of my pupils in adding the similar fractions under modular distance learning? Now we must think of solutions in order to solve this problem. Wait lang po, ma'am. since we already have our questions, our problems, let us now think of a solution which we could use in order to solve this problem. I thought of making a strategic intervention material in mathematics in order to help the students enhance their knowledge on adding dissimilar fractions. Strategic intervention material, since SIM are crafted in order for the students to do them independently. So this is also very suited for the kind of the situation that we are in. And I am also thinking of having these teacher-made instructional videos. Actually, I am doing this now. I am making instructional videos in order to teach mathematical concepts to my students. But I know that these are just available to those students who have a messenger and who have the device to view these videos. So is to think in order to solve this problem. So I am thinking of having these teacher-made instructional videos in order to address or to improve the scores of my grade 4 pupils in adding dissimilar fractions. So let's now have our activity 2. So choose one question from the set of questions you have written a while ago. Then think of at least 2 interventions to address your problem. Then choose one intervention that you would like to work on. Okay, so this will be our activity 2. So let's just have this for 3 minutes. So since we already have our problem, let's think which we could use in order to solve this problem. Okay, just like what we have here. We have here the problem, then we have the solutions. Then the next step is to choose which among the interventions you would like to work on in order to solve or to address the problem that you have identified. So let's do this for 3 minutes. I am inviting everyone to do the activity. anybody who would like to share their answers for the activity that we had? I know that you already have some interventions that you are actually doing in your classrooms or in your teaching in order to help those students who are in need. So may I ask anyone to share what are their interventions in order to address their problems or their questions? Ay, nana si Ma'am Mihino. Pwede mo istorya si Ma'am Mihino? Ay.
Hello, Ma'am.
Hi, Roms. Ikaw na dyan ako madaog-daog dire, Roms.
Wala po siya sa Google Meet, ma'am.
Ay, tama. Sige, ikaw na lang, Roms.
Yes, ma'am. Kay Ma'am Mihino, ma'am, yung research question is, how can she develop the reading development of her pupils in the reading, then in the new normal setting? Then, intervention po ni Ma'am Mihino is class reading pantry.
Okay, class reading pantry.
Class
So
reading
I am
pantry
already
helps
curious.
her learners in the reading development.
Okay, so thank you, Roms, for presenting Ma'am Lalai's questions and intervention. So we have here the class reading pantry.
From Ma'am Lagang. Improve and sustain teachers' performance through the conduct of monthly relax session. Ang intervention niya.
Session for the improvement or sustain teachers' performance.
Ma'am Elizabeth Aya gives her intervention, supply their needs of instructional materials through MOOE funds and through rewards and recognition.
Okay, so Ma'am Aya is more on the motivation.
Yeah. Ma'am Lizette she gives a question, how can I effectively address the reading skills of my pupils in the new normal learning delivery?
Okay, but I am curious as to this class reading pantry. The intervention of Ma'am Lalay, what is this?
Ma'am Lalay.
Wala siya dire, ma'am. So we will just have this one. Wala siya, ma'am. Nasa sa sa YouTube.
Tama. Nasa sa YouTube.
Ikaw, ma'am, no? Kanina, nga mga questions ba? Unique. They are more interesting. Mga questions na nga, unsa kaya and it will give us more drive to really read what is inside the page. From the intervention itself, ma'am. Sa name sa intervention. Okay, so let's continue. Okay na, ma'am. Continue na lang ko, ma'am. Since we already have here some examples already submitted by our teachers and our administrators. Okay, ako na lang basahan kay Ma'am Abelia. Research question, how can I improve the academic performance of the grade 6 Neptune class in the modular distance learning? Ang intervention, provide supplementary materials such as video clips about the topic. Okay, since we already have our questions and our interventions, let us now proceed to our next order of business. Kapit na ta! Since we already have the question intervention, we are now going to work on our working title. So why is it that the development of good title is important in research? First, because the title summarizes the main idea or ideas of your study. A good title contains the fewest possible words that adequately describe the contents and or purpose of your research paper. So just by reading the title of our research, we would already have an idea on what the research is all about. And the title is without doubt the part of a paper that is read the most. And it is usually read first. So what is the difference between a working title and a final title? Working title means it summarizes the main idea of the study, just like with our final title. But the working title is developed early in the research process. It helps us anchor the focus of the research study. Our working title may not be the final title of our research, since our final title is created after the research is completed, so that the title would accurately capture what was done. So what we're going to work on now is the development of our working title. So what does a working title must have? Our working title must have a problem, it must have an intervention, and who are the participants of our study. So problem, intervention, participants. Example, we have low scores of pupils in adding dissimilar fractions. That's our problem. What is our intervention? Teacher made instructional videos. And who are the participants? The grade 4 pupils. Okay, so we could state our working title. I would just like to reiterate, Ma'am Ha, that this is for action research. So we could state our working title by having the ing form of the verb, then the problem, then the participants, then the intervention. Improving, example, we have improving scores in adding dissimilar fractions of the grade 4 pupils using teacher-made instructional videos. So we have here now a sample working title. Ay, Roms. Wala ko nag-present?
Nawala ka.
Yes, Roms.
Wala ang imong slide. Wala ka nag-present.
Ay, nawala. Ay, sorry.
Wala po, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Roms.
Please po, ma'am, please.
Again. Back. From the top. Okay, so where are we? Okay. Sorry. So let's rewind. So we are now on the working title. Since we already have identified our questions and interventions, we are now going to work on our working title. So what is the title of a research? The title summarizes the main idea or ideas of your study. A good title contains the fewest possible words that adequately describe the contents and or purpose of the research paper. And the title is without doubt the part of a paper that is read the most, and it is usually read first. So just by reading the title, we already have a bird's eye view on what the research paper is all about. So what is the difference between working title and final title? So as I have said a while ago, working title may not be the final title of your research study, since a working title is developed early in the research process. It helps anchor the focus of the research study, while the final title is created after the research is complete, so that the title would capture accurately what was done. So, what are the things that should be found in your title? You must have the problem, the intervention, and the participants. Example, in the questions that we had, from the activity that we had a while ago, the problem there was low scores of pupils in adding dissimilar fractions. And the intervention that I would like to look into is the teacher-made instructional videos. And the participants of my study are the grade 4 pupils. So let us write that one in this format. We have the ing form of the verb, the problem, the participants, and intervention. Okay, so let's write this one let's have this one in formal writing. So this is now our research title. Improving the scores of my grade 4 pupils in adding dissimilar fractions using teacher-made instructional video. So this could already be the working title that you could write in your research proposal. But let's look at this title. Is this title interesting?
Yes. Very interesting.
Okay, yes. But we could make this more interesting if we are going to have or to coin our unique intervention. Like for example,
Yes.
we have teacher-made instructional video. I have read, ma'am, in some article that in teaching, we could have this pause and ponder approach. This is an approach that we could use if we are going to introduce videos to our lesson, in our lesson to our students. Example, we are going to discuss, then they are going to hear this bell, ding, then they are going to pause and then do the activity. Then play the video and then continue learning. Then pause again to do the activity. So I would like to explore if that one is effective. So I would like to change my title into this one. Improving the scores of my grade 4 pupils in adding dissimilar fractions using pause and ponder approach. Diba, if you're going to read the two titles, to compare the two titles, which of these two is more interesting? Which of these two could really capture the attention of the readers? This one, teacher-made instructional video,
The second
or
one po,
pause
ma'am.
and ponder approach? Yes, Roms.
Second one po, ma'am.
Yes, this
Second
one
one
is
po,
more
ma'am.
interesting. Yes. So this one, pause and ponder approach, we would be curious, what is pause and ponder approach? We would lead us to really read the research proposal or the research paper. So tips in writing our working title. It must be concise and attractive, interesting, or unique. Concise meaning we must limit the words that we're going to use. We must not use acronyms. It should be written in inverted pyramids and should not be more than 15 words. Okay, so we could use this format in writing our working title, progressive form of the verb, katong ing form, improving, addressing, enhancing, motivating. Then we have the problem or the issue, plus the verb using, then we have our intervention. Or we can have the intervention first. Example, pause and ponder approach in improving. Okay, so intervention plus progressive form of the verb. Then we have the problem or the issue. Okay, so any questions? And dali lang ma'am, no? Char. So we are now going to have our activity 3. Make a working title based on your problem and intervention. You can make your intervention unique and you may also follow the given format. Progressive form of the verb plus problem issue plus using plus intervention, or intervention plus progressive form of the verb plus problem or issue. This, again, I would like to repeat, this is for action research. But if you want really to pursue basic research, you can do so. Okay, so let's have this activity first. Activity 3. Pila ni ka minutes, Ma'am Ann? 5, 3. Okay, maybe we could do the activity for 5 minutes. 10 minutes, ingon si Romilly. 10 minutes, please. Sorry, Ma'am Beth. Okay, so you already have your intervention. So what we're going to do is make a unique title, unique name for your intervention. Okay, Ma'am Ann, mga pila ka minutes ni Ma'am Ann?
Minutes.
Can we have 5
Pwede
minutes?
ra po dong 5 minutes.
10 minutes?
Oo, nit.
10 minutes, ma'am?
Pwede ra 10. Kaya mara
10
lisod,
minutes.
laglisod kay ko, Jess. Ginoo ko, di naman ko makaisip. Ay,
Sige, ma'am. 10
Makadaghan.
minutes.
Sige.
Nice man to. Una naman si Ma'am Lalay, di ba?
Gani, oh.
Reading pantry.
Gani, excited kay ko na yung reading pantry, Jess. Kaya yan ang ginashare sa ako. kanang iyang reading pantry. Ang sound di kay ko kay kuan.
Okay, so we'll have for 10 minutes.
Jess, paki F5 sa imong presentation para makita nila ang sample. Hello, Jess.
Hello, Ma'am Ann. Wala po
Wala siya
naka-big
screen, naka-present siya pero kuan siya kanang gamay pa siya.
Ano,
F5
ma'am?
daw.
Ano, wala, dili pod.
Oh, dili pod. As ok, makita man siguro nila, no? I don't know to, basig sa cellphone gamay kaayo ba? I mean, di ba presentation man na sa F5? O kana, mas better.
Opo.
Okay. Mas dako na siya.
Nag-F5 na ko ganina. Wait, anak na
Oh,
lang.
anak na lang siya kana, okay na na siya. Kita nila.
Po. Yes, sir. Ano baso-baso dito, sir? Bottom right sa Zoom. Wait. Entire screen na lang, hoy. Kana, sir. Okay. Wag na anay mga nahuman sa atong activity. Bridging the gap in learning mathematics, okay, from Ma'am Ivy. Oh, daghan na daghan. Okay, from Ma'am Lalay. Developing the reading skills of the grade 3 pupils using class reading pantry. Thank you, Ma'am Lalay, for your output. From Ma'am Che. Tulo. Maintaining job performance of Lieutenant Cipriano Villafuerte Senior Elementary School teachers through the conduct of Learning Action Cell. And napajud. Conduct of Learning Action Cell to improve job performance of Lieutenant Cipriano Villafuerte Senior Elementary School teachers. Here, from Ma'am Minda Miliado. How can I motivate research question? Submit equality modular outputs. And intervention, rewards, and recognition. From Kawayan Elementary School, improving teachers' reading strategies for struggling readers. Improving teachers' reading strategies for struggling readers through designing contextualized reading materials. I would like from Ma'am Ann. Ano si Ma'am Ann? Okay, from Ma'am Ivy, bridging the gap in learning mathematics of grade 6 Neptune through I do, you do intervention.
Yeah.
From
Lori Lee, Rosal, Ma'am Jess, sustaining quality teaching and learning process in teaching science in this time of pandemic using inform and do approach. Ay kay Ma'am Morales na share ni Ma'am Rosal.
Ma'am Alma Morales from Joaquin
Oo.
Elementary School. Siguro daghan sa comments sa atong YouTube, Ma'am, no?
Oh, di lang na to makita ba?
From Ma'am Ivy, I do, you do. Nice. Unique. Okay, from Ma'am Beth. Performance-based rewards for teachers. For teachers, motivating teachers' passion in teaching in this
New
normal.
normal.
Wow.
Hawod man kay sila
Nice.
Jessa oy, makuyawan naman tani ilang mga kuan oy.
Si Sir Mac daw, si Masorya ni Sir Mac.
Naman si Sir Mac. Sir Mac.
Sir
Wag ni sulod siya balik ba? Nasa ka
Yes.
ganina.
Hello po, Ma'am Ann. Nawala akong signal kaganiha.
Ay okay ra sir, daghan na kayo mga titles pero
Ganahan kami ko naminaw. Ganahan ko naminaw sa mga title, nindot ang mga title.
mga hawod kayo sila sir ah.
Lagi. Padayon kay nindot ang mga title.
Gani.
Nice po ni utilizing
Click and
the click
think
and think
method in addressing ICT lessons of my grade 6 class. Kay Ma'am Alma. Ma'am Alma daw sa Joaquin. Hawod tagi di si Ma'am Alma oy. Gani. Ako sa kadaghan sa kalibog sa akong ulo wala ko'y mausip. Makaisip ra ko. Ambot lang oy, di man ko kapasar sa action oy. Pati sa research di ambot lang dyan sa tanaw na lang nato ni Ron. Unsay mahitabo. Right.
Nice guy.
Oh, daghan pa rin sila ipanghatag asara to. Dabi naman siguro eh. Dobi, akong ikuan.
Sige, ma'am.
Okay mo na ni. Di lang gid ako ma'am, tanawon to nako ang sa YouTube just ha.
Sige, ma'am. Basi na kay mga kuan
Gani
dito,
napay
ma'am. Before we proceed
kay bongga-bongga.
to our next, at least we will have an idea. How kayo mga teachers maghimo og mga title ba?
O gani.
And of course, our from the administrators, Ma'am Beth and Ma'am Che. Oh,
Uy, naikawayan. Unsa ni? Oo, nakuha na ni kanina. Improve teacher's reading. Okay. Nakuha na ni. Tanaw na ko ang sa YouTube. Ay, Jess. Jess. Hello, Jess. Hi,
yes,
Jess.
ma'am.
I think Jess no ang imong
Yes,
second na
ma'am, Ann.
topic murag mahapon na gyud nato siya no kay murag 11 ko ana siya 11:30.
Yes, ma'am.
So kanilang ang
Mag-proceed na
imong
ta.
ay no dili ang imong second topic pwede na to 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay lang sa
ma'am.
imo. Okay, sige, thank you. Para at least makakaon po sila ba unya o kwan.
Okay. Ganit.
Ma'am Ann.
Ma'am.
At kanang wala mi makita nga kanang comment box sa YouTube ma'am ba unya. Na-realize na mo nga kailangan mag-sign in ka sa YouTube para maka-comment ka.
Okay. Ako ini si Sir Alex. Sir Lex, nakadungog ka ato? Dili.
Do wala siya mga comments, ma'am.
Sa FB, nakadungog ka sa gingon ni Ma'am
Sa YouTube
Donna.
to, ma'am. Opo, sa YouTube.
Kailangan oo, wala
Yes,
din,
sir.
no?
Mag-sign in ka para makakita, maka-comment ka. Mm-mm.
Okay. Pero naman kayo FB, sir. Okay. So, basi pwede, tanaw na ko. Unsa, marihura ang link niya? Or lahi? Okay. Musulod ko po din. Kasi na rito'y daghan. Wala ni comment. Okay.
Kailangan mag-comment.
Gamit.
Unsa nga?
Good morning, Dugan.
Ma'am Ayag.
Sa activity manggo, dapat ang participants tanan mag-cooperate sa activities kay para makita nato nga naa sila nag-appeal sa training. How can we identify or kuan sa ila na they are attending our training if wala sila output?
Okay, remind nako sila unya ma'am sa to ang MOL unya.
So,
Ako sa
sila og output.
Yes, ma'am.
Every day kay naaman tay dapat i-output. So every day at the end of the day, they have to submit their output.
Yes, ma'am. Ako sa may remind.
Makasabit ta og title lang. So it's very nice. Makahimo ka
Yes,
na og
ma'am.
title. So if
Okay.
they are just seeing, if they are just watching, wala po hinungdan. After all this training, wala po nahuman.
Okay, ma'am. Akong i-remind through the action research coordinators. Please.
Ma'am Ann, are we still waiting for the outputs nga ilahang i-submit or
Example siguro coming from our
Yes, I
teachers who are
think.
very participative in our activities. So
Meron
ako
pa
naman
sa EDSEL,
basahon ning uban
improving
diri ma'am.
level
Yes, ma'am.
grades 1 to 6 through Uplan Tulong Basa. Oh, gwapo, di ba? From kwanta ni siya, Ma'am Annabel Ogatilio.
I think it's ano siguro kay Uplan Tulong Basa school
Oo,
level
school
siguro
siya. School level
mga
siya, whole school
program.
kay grade 1 to 6 man siya.
Oo.
Tapos napa diri employing and for infographics and comic strips in teaching science and EPP by Yola Marie Madrid Joaquin ES. Ma'am Lizette, utilizing intercom in improving the reading skills of my grade 6 pupils. Kay Ma'am Minda Miliado, we have motivating my grade 6 pupils to submit quality modular outputs using using rewards and recognition.
Okay, so
I think
very
daghan
nice.
na ang
Yes,
kuan.
ma'am. Yeah, very nice po kayo ang title.
Nice ang mga titles. Akong gihangyo ang mga research coordinators nga unta makakolect mo og mga titles from all your participants noon time or this afternoon. Napay isa kay Sir Edsel, gikan daw ni siya kay Ma'am Hinovia. It's a basic research title. Parents' participation rate in responding to printed modular learning.
Participation rate. Kulang pa siguro ni siya, no?
Nasa'y kulang na something
Kailangan pa siya i-improve.
pero applicable siya pero i-improve pa siya. But anyway, working title lang man na nila, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I think we have enough examples already. Pero I would just like to add kaning Uplan Tulong Basa for Villaferte. Pwede po siguro nato iko natong bit flip, ma'am, no? Since we also have our school reading initiative. So pwede po siya mahimuan og research. Action research.
Bitaw.
Okay. So I will be
Sir Alex. Lawal ako makita. Unsa,
Yes.
sir? Pakibasa daw, sir. Naa pa diri. Motivating grade 3 pupils in answering the modules using E-Star Home Rewards from Ma'am Carl Jen. Okay, tama na siguro ang example,
Nice
Ma'am.
yung mga titles,
Gani,
Ma'am
awad na
Carl.
siya.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
palihog na, Ma'am Jess.
Yeah, let's continue. Actually, hapit na po tama human. So thank you for your cooperation in your activities. So I would just like to post some of possible topics which we could also have, like assessing learning outcomes in mathematics 4 in the new normal education. So this is more on basic research. It's not an action research. Then learning in times of COVID-19, students, families, and educators' perspective. So we could also conduct an interview in order for us to be able to have a view of the experiences or what our parents and our students think as they have their modular distance learning. And we can also have this one, game-based learning in modular setup, enhancing test scores of grade 4 pupils in adding dissimilar fractions. Diba we were taught last time in our webinar, gituluan taon saon paghimo o katong Koto B. Since in Koto B, we can employ some games. We could include games in the in the discussion of the lesson. So these are just some possible topics, but we could definitely explore some more topics for our research. So that's all for my presentation this morning. Thank you, ma'am, for your cooperations. Thank you po, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much, dear participants. And of course, maraming thank you to Ma'am Jess, our brilliant facilitator for the topic. So, makita gid ang result, no? Hawod kaayo ang atong facilitator. So, therefore, our teachers are able to have their working title. Though, of course, we can expect that it's not always perfect because it's our first day and we need to look into things pa as we go along, but at least you have your working title. Now, a few reminders for all the action research coordinators. Please ask your teachers of titles of their action research as output for this morning. Again, dear research coordinators, please ask research titles or action research titles from the teachers who participate under or who are your colleagues in your school. Thank you so much. And I will be declaring if there is no announcement coming from Ma'am
Wait
Ayag
lang,
or kay
ma'am.
Ma'am Go.
Wait lang, Ma'am Anne. I
Ma'am
would like to
Jessa.
add, yes, ma'am, for our activity this afternoon, I would like to invite everyone to explore these quizzes. Quizzes. Quizzizz. We are going to use that this afternoon
Okay,
for
thank
our
you.
assessment.
Okay.
Ma'am Ann, ako additional info sa Katami.
Noche, oo.
Okay, mga dear teachers, mga ma'am and sir, please don't be hesitant to answer the Katami kay I will keep it confidential. Ako lang
Yes.
po ang nakibalo.
Okay.
Okay, thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Che. Thank you, Ma'am Jessa. Anything more, Ma'am Go? Would you like to say something, or Ma'am Aya? Okay. I think there is none. So I will declare, since the half day is actually filled with ideas, information, which are very important to research writing, action research writing, and I know our minds are already filled with inputs. We would like also to nourish our physical being. So may we now proceed for our break for lunch.
Ma'am Ann, before we take our break for lunch,
Ma'am
we'd like to
Donna.
call on, yes ma'am, I would like to call on Ma'am Lizeth Condesa to give
Okay,
us
okay.
the prayer before lunch.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Donna.
Welcome po.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good
I'm
morning,
going to
ma'am.
once again, mag-ampo ta. Let us all pray. Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. Loving Father, we praise you and thank you that you remain a powerful, our source of wisdom and faithful God in our midst. You are a God who is omnipresent, omniscient, who sustained us motivated, encouraged to do things for the betterment of our teaching endeavor. Thank you, God, for giving us so much wisdom and understanding this morning as we receive many things, ideas, all about research, basic and action research from our humble and eminent resource speakers, Sir MacArthur and Ma'am Jessa. Loving Father, we entrust to you this, that all of us who participated this webinar may be able to formulate our own research output that we can consider appropriate, satisfiable, and substantiable. Lord, continue to be with us, God, as we always need you to bless us. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Happy lunch, everyone. See you at 12:45. Thank you so much. afternoon. Ready na itong MOL, ma'am. Ay, naana pa tanan ang naadiri sa meet. Ma'am Dulce? Hello, Ma'am Dulce. Ma'am Dulce, ready na ba itong MOL, ma'am, for this afternoon? Para makapadayon ta, ma'am.
Okay po, ma'am.
Okay, short lang man ang MOL, no?
Hello, Ma'am G. Ay,
Short lang kayo, short lang. Good afternoon, Ma'am Ayat. Mag-start na ta, ma'am. Go na ta. Ay, wala pa si ma'am. Lat lang, Ma'am Dulce, ha? Wait. Wala mo reply si Ma'am Ayat. Start daw 1 o'clock do. Okay, salamat. Ito bagit si Ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am. Para makaprepare pa. Yes, ma'am.
ayaw na lang sa dito. Dito. Super ko. Nakadara man hindi. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back here again sa ako ang 3-day online seminar workshop on basic education. I would like to check if everybody is around already. Ma'am Ayang, Ma'am Go, our speaker, Ma'am Jessa, Sir Gamayot, Ma'am Lagang, almost everybody here. Ma'am Ayag, would like to express our gratitude once again to Sir Gamayot for staying with us in our first day of this seminar workshop for action research. Now, while waiting for our technical team to set up our presentations today, once again, reminder that the participants are asked to produce their their output for the day, yung questions, yung working title, ay problem and then intervention, and then yung working title nila to be submitted this afternoon po. I hope everybody are able to log in and access this seminar or link in the YouTube kay naay nag-ingon nga nawala daw sila kaganina. Nawala ilang signal sa YouTube. Wala sila naka-man sa topic ni Ma'am Jessa.
Sir Alex. Okay na ta, sir. The same link ang ilahang sudlan.
We're going to refresh us is for this afternoon's pero ayaw iwala ang kuan ha. Okay, before we start our activities today, welcome back once again, everybody. And we will have first our food for thought before we start our activities today. Yes, G. Okay, that ends our food for thought for the day. We're sorry that there was no audio, but I hope you are able to read the inspirational thoughts that was expressed in the video. Okay, and now let us proceed with the continuation of Ma'am Jessa Limpangog Bangat. Her topic this morning was the problem and intervention, working question, and working title in the new normal way. But uh, she has still another session which is ethics in research. So she will be continuing that this afternoon. Okay, may I welcome again Ma'am Jessa Bangat.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again, Ma'am Donna. Good afternoon to our district supervisor, Ma'am Got, to Ma'am Beth Ayag, Ma'am Charlagang, and to the rest of the school administrators that we have in this afternoon session. Good afternoon also to our participants. And of course, to Sir MacArthur Gamat. Good afternoon po. So earlier, we already had our working title, our questions, our problems, and interventions. But before we proceed to the completion of our research proposal, let us first have a checkpoint. So this checkpoint, let us pause for a while and think whether the research or the topic that we have identified a while ago will be of benefit to our students, to our co-teachers, and to the school in general. And this is where the ethics in research comes in. So my discussion for this afternoon is all about research ethics. So I will just be relaying to you. Wait, I'm presenting my screen. I will just be relaying to you the things that I have learned in our 3-day research training workshop in the regional level conducted to us by Sir Sherwin S. Portugaliza, Master Teacher 1 of Davao City National High School. So at first, I'm very worried whether I would be able to do justice to the presentation. Excuse me, Ma'am, murag na inip sapaw. I request everyone to please mute their audio. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so, ay, murag na paghapon. Okay, so can I continue? Continue na ko, Ma'am Ann. So at first, I'm worried whether I would be able to do justice to the presentation of Sir Sherwin, because during the training, Sir Sherwin is really a very good speaker. And I could say that he is very passionate about research and he's very knowledgeable about this field. And to think that we are going to take up this 3-day, this topic, which we took for 3 days, and we are going to congest it into 1 hour only. But I will do my best. So we also have Sir Mac. Sir Mac was with me, with the rest of the Davao City birth grantees during the training. So I will do my best to present to you this presentation of Sir Sherwin S. Portugaliza. So the topic is all about ethical guidelines for responsible conduct of research. Okay. This is the outline of the training. So let's proceed to this one. What can you see in the picture? Anybody from the group? What can you see in the picture? Anybody from Calinan Central Elementary School? Hello? Hello?
It's a scale po. Scale. timbangan ng hustisya.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So it is a scale. On the left side, we have here advancement. On the left side of our screen, we have advancement of science and research. On the other side, we have protection of human subject and welfare. Now, what can you say about the two scales? Are they equal? Are they balanced or not? Hello. How about from Villaferte Elementary School? Ba? From Villaferte Elementary School? Wala. Okay. Diretso na lang. Hello?
I think I didn't know if I interpreted it right. While hi Jessa.
Yes, ma'am.
While there is an advancement of science and research, we have to make sure that human welfare will also be protected.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Ann.
I think
Thank you for the answer.
that's the way I see it. That even how advanced the world is, we will not let go of human importance and human subject as protected by law in any way we could in research.
Yes, ma'am. That's very correct. So ethics in
anything.
research,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, is all about the balance, maintaining a balance between advancement of science and research and the protection of human subject or welfare. We must ask ourselves, if we are going to conduct our research, the first question that we should ask ourselves is that, is it going to give a beneficial result? Are we going to have benefits or positive results out of this research, or would it bring negative impact to our subjects, or would it damage or bring harm to our students? So that is the first consideration that we're going to look into. Okay, so when we have research with human beings, it means any systematic collection or analysis of data with the extent to generate new knowledge in which human beings are exposed to manipulation, intervention, observation, or other interaction with investigators, either directly or through alteration of their environment. It becomes individually identifiable through investigators' collection, preparation, or use of biological material or medical or other from World Health Organization 2009. So a researcher is a qualified scientist who undertakes responsibility for the scientific and ethical integrity of a research form conception from conception to publication, while research participants are those where we can obtain our data. So why is ethical practice important? So ethics, from the Greek word ethos, which means character. Okay, so the questions that we have that will guide us in order to answer this question is, what moral principles guide your research? How do ethical issues influence your selection of a research problem? So these are our guiding questions as we make our research proposal or research study. And how do ethical issues affect how you conduct your research, the design of your study, your sampling procedure, and so on? And what responsibility do you have toward your research subject? What ethical issues or dilemmas might come into play in deciding what research findings you publish? So we have here a short history of research ethics. Why is it that we now have an ethical, that it is important that we have ethical review in our research studies? It is because on December 9, 1946, when an American military tribunal opened criminal proceedings against 23 leading German physicians and administrators for their participation in war crimes and crimes against humanity. Since these German physicians conducted medical experiments on thousands of concentration camp prisoners without their consent, and as a result, many of these camp prisoners died or were um, permanently disabled as a result of their study. That's why this Nuremberg Code was established, and its main principle is that the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential, making it clear that, that subjects should give consent and that the benefits of research must outweigh the risk. Okay, so that's one. So the principle that is emphasized here is the voluntary participation and informed consent. Next, we have here the Tuskegee syphilis study. From 1932 to 1972. This is a research project conducted by the U.S. Public Health Service. It is a study where 600 low-income African American males, 400 of whom were infected with syphilis, were monitored for 40 years. Free medical examinations were given. However, subjects were not told about their disease. And when one of the subjects was diagnosed of the disease, some of the researchers prevented any doctor from giving treatment to the patient, even if there was already a known medicine in order to treat syphilis. So the study continued until 1972 with participants being denied treatment. So as a result, many of the participants of the study died due to syphilis. Okay. So that is one of the statement of one of the respondent of this Tuskegee syphilis study. So this study was stopped in 1973. And as a result, the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare promulgated this National Research Act of 1974, which led to the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research. And this conceptualized the formation of the Belmont Report on 1979. This is a foundational document in the ethics of human subject research in the United States. And this Belmont Report has 3 principles. We have respect for persons. The second one is beneficence. And the third one is justice. Respect for persons mean that individuals should be treated as autonomous agents. So this entails the giving of informed consent. And beneficence is making efforts to secure their well-being. So this is the assessment of risk, whether the benefits outweigh the risk. Is to ensure that the participants of our research are protected from any harm mentally or physically while we are conducting our research. And we also have justice. Justice is another way of conceiving the principle of justice means the selection of subjects. Another way of conceiving the principle of justice is that equals ought to be treated equally. Okay, so we're going to discuss these principles one by one. We have here respect for persons. Respect for persons recognizes the capacity and rights of all individuals to make their own choices and decisions. Under this respect for persons, we have 2 basic principles. Individuals should be treated as autonomous agents. Persons with diminished autonomy are entitled to additional protection. Okay, so these are first examples of vulnerable population that we really have to give extra protection in our research. Number one, those with limited education. Number two, those who are living in poverty. Number three, those with difficult access to health service. Number four, mentally ill, 5 children. And number six, prisoners. Okay, so let's have this one first. Let's look at the first principle of respect for persons. Individuals should be treated as autonomous agents, meaning we cannot coerce anyone from participating in our study. If one declines to participate, then we have to respect his or her decision. Since we have to really make them understand on what our study is all about so that they could also decide for themselves whether they are going to benefit from that study or not. Okay, next, we have beneficence. Beneficence, persons are treated in an ethical manner not only by respecting their decisions and protecting them from harm, but also by making efforts to secure their well-being. There are two general rules that have been articulated as complementary expressions of beneficent actions. First, do no harm. And number two, maximize possible benefits and minimize possible harms. So we have to remember these two. Number one, do no harm. And number two, maximize possible benefits and minimize possible harms in the conduct of our study. Modes of minimizing harm in research. First, we have a sound research proposal. Number two, appropriate research team, qualified by education, training, and experience. Number three, peer and ethics review. Four, community consultation. And number five, manage of conflicts of interest. So here, let's look at number two, appropriate research team. As a teacher, we cannot, as a teacher, I think we are more knowledgeable when it comes to the field of teaching and learning. Therefore, we cannot study some topics which are beyond our control, like for example, medical sciences. So leave that to those professionals who are also engaged in that kind of field. So that's number two. And number three, we have peer and ethics review. In our region, during our seminar last March 10, 11, and 12, we have also conceptualized the formation of our research ethics review board. Okay, who are going to analyze and to look into our research whether they are ethically sound or not, so that the research that we will be able to apply in our field, our schools, are also ethically sound, and we can ensure that these would not bring any harm to our students or to our participants. And let's have manage of conflicts of interest. So in the conduct of our research, we have to remove ourselves from the picture so that we would minimize our biases. Diba, dili man nato maiwasan nga na-adjud tayo atong sariling opinion regarding the study. So that's why we have to really think that we have to be objective in the conduct of our study. Next, the benefits should outweigh the harm or burdens towards the participants. So, mo lang dyan ang atong kailangan timan-an. The risk must be minimized, and we have to maximize the benefits. Okay. We also have to consider, under the beneficence, we have to consider gender and cultural sensitivity. We have set of skills that enable us to learn about and understand people who are different from ourselves will be given the same respect as to others. Being aware that cultural differences and similarities between a value, positive or negative, or worse, or right or wrong. since we have in our community, we have indigenous people, we have people who belong to different religions, we must also know the different cultures that these research participants have, and we have to respect them, especially those belonging to cultural minorities or those who are under the indigenous people group, because they are very strict when it comes to their culture. In fact, if you're going to conduct a research about them, you really have to seek approval from their organization. And next, the last one, we have the justice. It requires that individuals and groups be treated fairly and equitably in terms of bearing the burdens and receiving the benefits of research. So we have the two basic principles of justice. We have fair procedures and outcomes are used to select research participants. So in the participants of our research, we can't just say nga, ay, dili na ako ni apilon si Pedro kay mas di man ni siya maka-answer sa ako ang research. Diri lang po. Diri ako sa kaning mga duol-duol sa ako. Amo lang ni silang ako ang kuan kay pasig negative ang iyahang ipang-answer sa ako ang mga interview. So is that ethically sound? Okay. No, it does not follow the principle of justice, which is fair procedures and outcomes are used to select research participants. And another one is there is a fair distribution of benefits and burdens to populations who participate in research. So if we are granted or if we are one of the selected proponent for BERF or the Basic Education Research Fund, dili man pod pwede nga kani imong hatagan og kanang reward or token sa pag-participate sa research niya. Ang kani diri kay kanang mga negative man lang gipang storya, so dili pud nimo sa hatagan og kanang token. So the principle of justice tells us that we should be fair in distribution of benefits and burdens to our participants. Next, we have individual or social justice. Individual justice requires that investigators should not offer potentially beneficial research only to some participants who are in their favor or select only undesirable persons for risky research. And in the social justice, we have requires that distinction be drawn between classes of subjects that ought and ought not to participate in any particular kind of research based on the ability of members of that class to bear burdens and on the appropriateness of placing further burdens on already burdened person. So, ang naapod ubang research nga naa lang jud tay select nga participant. Like for example, we are looking into those 4 students in our class nga who are performing low in a certain lesson. So pwede nga sila lang. Dili na nato apilon tong uban. So it depends upon our study basically. Next. So informed consent. So this is part of the principle of respect for persons. What is informed consent in research? The ethical principle and requirement that those participating in a research study have the right to know that they are being researched. They are told on purpose, risk, and benefit, and others. So we have essential elements of informed consent. We have the description of research, meaning what are the objectives of your research, what are the procedure that you are going to do in the conduct of your research, how long is your research, and what are the expected responsibilities that you are going to take and the participants are going to take while having the research. And the risk and benefits, the alternatives, the confidentiality, the compensation, the contacts, and the voluntary participation. So nadyo nakabutang dito nga, if you don't like to participate in this research, kay pwede ra jud kaayo. Okay, so I will be presenting a sample informed consent that Sir Sherwin presented to us during our training. I don't know if it is already approved and would be used in our region for the birth grantees. So this is our sample informed consent. Klaro, ma'am? Klaro po. Kanisha. So part 1, we have
Klaro, ma'am.
Part 1, we have information sheet. Dear Ma'am or Sir, I am Sherwin S. Portelisa. I am doing my research entitled lang, the general objective of this study. Specifically, the study has the following specific objectives. So, kailangan nato isulat dihang ato ang mga objectives. So, unsang purpose sa ato ang research? Findings of this study would provide us unsa. Then type of research intervention, unsang ato ang ihatag or unsaon nato pagpamaagi sa ato ang intervention. Then participant selection. The participants of the study are the blank. They are selected because. So naaman tayo study nga, halimbawa kato ako is absenteeism. So the participants are selected because they have displayed 10% or they have incurred 10% absences during the months of June to November. Okay, next we have voluntary participation. Your participation in this study will be entirely voluntary. Your decision will always be respected. If you decide not to participate in the study, your choice will not affect your grade. Pwede. And the procedure, please state the process on how you are going to collect the data. So, di ba sa data gathering nato, unsa nga mga data ang atong kailangan mag-interview or tabatay mga observation notes or kuhaon ba nato ang ilahang mga GSA or scores in the test. And duration, we're also going to include the duration of the study. Kung 1 month lang ba ni nga study or from November to March. And we also have statement of risk, benefits, and reimbursements. There are no known risks in participating in this study. There are no direct benefits either other than your contribution to knowledge. Pero kung naatay mga awards and recognitions, pwede nato ibutang diha. Then confidentiality. Only I will have access to any information that is obtained from this study that can be identified with you, and this will only be disclosed with your permission. Sharing the results. Discuss if you have intention to share the results. Right to refuse or withdraw. Explain clearly in this section. Then who to contact. If you have any questions, you can contact the researcher. And part 2, we have certificate of consent. I have read the foregoing information or it has been read to me. I've had the opportunity to ask questions about it, and any questions I have been asked have been answered to my satisfaction. I consent voluntarily to be a participant in this study. So you're going to print your name, then signature. If you want to participate in the research study and date. If illiterate, a literate witness must sign. If possible, this person should be selected by the participant. Okay, I have witnessed the accurate reading of the consent form to the potential participant, and the individual has had the opportunity to ask questions. I confirm that the individual has given consent freely. So, kung na ay witness, mapirma po siya diha. A statement by the researcher or person taking consent. I have accurately read out the information sheet to the potential participant and to the best of my ability made sure that the participant understands that the following will be done. Number 1, brief one-on-one interview regarding the research study. Muna ni siya unsa imong process sa research number. Then I confirm that the participant was given an opportunity to ask questions about the study. A copy of this informed consent has been provided to the participant. So that's a sample informed consent that was crafted by Sir Sherwin for Davao region. Okay, let's proceed. Okay, for minor assent, it refers to a procedure giving developmentally appropriate information to children and to adolescents about the study and giving them a choice as to whether or not they will participate. So for minor assent, this is for children and adolescents. Okay, so we also have here a sample minor assent. So the same as the informed consent, but for minor assent, we have 7 to 10 years old. So we have information sheet, we have the objectives. Your parents know about the study and gave permission for you to be involved. So therefore, we still have another orientation for the parent to inform them and to ask permission to let their child be part of our study. If you agree, I will ask you to. So, unsa ato ipabuhat sa mga bata. No one will be mad at you if you decide not to do this study. Even if you start the study, you can stop later if you want. So as you can see, the choices of words that were used were simple and which would allow the child to understand the form. You may ask questions about the study at any time. If you decide to be in the study, I will not tell anyone else how you respond or act as part of the study. Even if your parents or teachers ask, I will not tell them about what you say or do in the study. Signing here means that you have read this form or have had it read to you and that you are willing to be in this study. So name of the participant, then signature of the participant. And we have also the statement of the researcher. So that's sample minor assent. Okay, for 7 to 10 years old. Then aside from this minor assent, we also have this parental permission. Parental permission is a decision made by a parent or parents or guardian with legal authority to allow a child to participate in research. So Sherwin also has crafted a sample parental consent. So part 1, information sheet, the same as with the informed consent. So we have purpose of the research, type of research, participant selection, procedures, duration, risk, benefits, and reimbursements, confidentiality, sharing the result, right to refuse or withdraw, who to contact, then certificate of parental consent. So this is just the difference. I have read the foregoing information, or it has been read to me. I have had the opportunity to ask questions about it, and any questions I have been asked have been answered to my satisfaction. I consent voluntarily to be participant. I have witnessed the accurate reading of the consent form to the potential participants, and the individual has had the opportunity to ask questions. Then we have, I give permission for my child to be audio or videotape if you're going to have an interview, or I do not give permission for my child to be audio or videotape. Then your child's name, parent's signature, and date. Then we also have the statement by the researcher or person taking consent. So that's the parental consent. Okay. So let's, wait. So we have the importance of informed consent. Why is it that we really have to have this informed consent in our research? It is a means for protection of those with diminished autonomy. Meaning, like for example, in the situation that was given a while ago during the Tuskegee syphilis, wherein they were not aware about the nature of the research. They did not know that they are being, they have no idea what is the research all about, and they were not told about their condition. Okay, so that's why we have this informed consent. Then self-scrutiny by the researcher. researcher, and researchers' reflective participants' appreciation. Okay, so it is also a way of scrutinizing or looking at our methods and the research in the procedure that we are going to conduct our research, that in every step that we have to ensure that the participants or our students are free from harm and are protected. Next, we have the steps. We have the consent taker. So identify the qualified consent taker. Consent must be fully known by the taker, meaning we have already identified our participants and whatever the nature of our research, the procedure, and everything, they must be aware of that. Then report with potential giver or ensure competent and free giving of consent. Then disclosure, relevant, accurate oral and written information, no technical language. So dapat ang ato ang isulat dito katong language nga masabtan sa mga parents or students. So it was also emphasized that we could also use vernacular. So pwede nato siya i-translate into Bisaya para masabtan sa mga ginikanan ug sa bata. Then during the parents' orientation, we encourage our parents to ask questions, check understanding with feedback, and we also can use diagrams so that we would be able to explain properly the process of our research. Then provide opportunity to reflect, discuss, decide, consult, and there should be no pressure. So dili dito pwede nga, huy, permahin na kaya ka ng kuan, kailangan na ako na karon. So we have to let them reflect whether they want to be part of our study or not. And if agree, date and sign form and give copy. So kung sugot na sila nga mo take part sila sa imuhang research, so imo na silang pasignon sa form and you also give them a copy of the form. And show appreciation and say thank you to the parents of the children or to the participants of the study. So dili pwede mo lakaw la diretso. So we also have to show our appreciation for giving their willingness to be part of our study. Then children assent. We have child-oriented development appropriate. So assent meaning child's affirmative agreement, not failure to object, consent in addition to parents' permission. So informed consent are for those participants who are 18 years old or above or really have this capacity to really think and decide for themselves. But for those who are children, we have to use this children assent together with the parents' permission. So less than 7, no formal assent. Next, for 7 to 12 years old, verbal assent documentation or signed by ICF. Then 12 to 15 years old, simplified assent form by the minor. And 15 to 18 years old, informed consent form signed by parent or guardians or guardians and participant. So 7 to 12, verbal assent or documentation, then signed informed consent form. Then 12 to 15, simplified assent. Okay, and 15 to 18, informed consent form signed by parent and participant. Children assent, permission from parents, regular consent form. One parent, minimal risk. Meaning kung gamay lang ang risk sa atong ang study, pwede ra isa ka parent ang moperma. Pero kung sobra or grabe ang risk sa ato ang study, kailangan og consent from the father and the mother of the child. So unsa ba ning mga study nga kanang kuan murag kanang risky, like for example katong mga sensitive topics like cases of rape cases of rape among students, yung mga inana nga mga topics. Okay, pero wala man siguro yung magkuan ana des ato no. We are more on the teaching learning process, the improvement of teaching and learning process in our class. Waiver of parents' permission, okay, versus interest of child or abuse, clearly not under influence or control of the parents. Then child's assent, child not capable, but informed child and document. Okay, protecting vulnerable participants. So, okay, exhaustively identify and avoid situations that render some participants or groups vulnerable to harm, failure to give consent, or exploitation. Then recognize vulnerability and justify involvement. Kailangan natin explain why are these vulnerable population be recruited as participants in the study. Di ba ang students are part of the vulnerable participants, kay mga estudyante pa sila, mga minor. So we have to explain anong kailangan nato sila i-recruit as participants sa atong study. Then we have to identify the harm. Na kung naay harm na ma-result ang research, or during the conduct of research, ma-expose sila sa harm, we have to distinguish it. Okay. Next, identify the measure. Distinguish if properly implemented risk protection strategies are sufficient or if special additional protection is required. Okay. So since naatay ethics committee nga mo look into our paper, the research committee needs to be more sensitive and highly responsible. We have they must treat the paper with highest ethical concern, allowing free will, highest respect, and ruling out any form or forms of injustices and prejudice. So minimization of risk. That risk must be minimized to the greatest extent possible, consistent with the scientific goals of the research. At the same time, safeguards must be tailored to respond to particular types and should avoid the exclusively protectionist attitude toward vulnerability inherent in the current regulations. So we really have to look into our research whether there are some potential harms towards our participants. Next, physical risk may include pain, injury, and impairment of a sense such as touch or sight. Basig na atay research na padagano na to ang mga estudyante sa oval, then tanaw na to kung kanang kinsa ang kusog mudagan, ang katubang those students ba nga sakto sa ilahang BMI, meaning normal ang ilahang BMI, or katubang atong mga bata nga kuan mga payat, example lang na mama. So basig diha sa pagpadagan nato sa ilaha na ay risk na ma-involve. So really have to look into that. So these risks may be brief or extended, temporary or permanent, then occur during participation in the research or arise after. Okay, so that's physical risk. Then psychological risk. A research activity, trauma, and or experimental condition that could potentially result in emotional stress would be considered more than minimal risk. Like for example, our topic is all about bullying, and we have to interview the students about their experiences in bullying. Diba? When we ask them to recall, murag na-touch na nato ang ilahang trauma that they have experienced while having that bully. Okay, so murag na ako tayo gamay nga kuan precaution ana unsaon nato sila pag-debrief. Labi na pareha na ako murag dili kay ko kabalo unsaon pag-debrief sa mga estudyante kay dili man ko guidance counselor, di wala pud kayo ko'y background about counseling. So maybe mangita siguro ko guidance counselor nga pwede mo tabang sa ako para ma-debrief ang mga bata og at least ma-alleviate yung ilahang trauma nga na feel during sa katong act as a result of that act of bullying. Dili daw pwede nga ato lang kanang abrihan nga ang mga bata atong ibalik sa mga bata, i-refresh nato sila unsa ilahang na feel ato nga time na pagka okay diyaan na sila pag human nato og kuha sa ato ang mga data. Okay, human ako, sige diha na ka. Okay, example, so answering questions related to personal experiences. So, usually about bullying or sexual or physical abuse or experiences considered more than minimal risk. Okay, so we have informed consent or minor assent or parental permission as applicable. And our protection, so as I have said, we must have a licensed mental health professional, must be on the ethics review board, reviewing these types of projects. Privacy invasion and breach of confidentiality. Any activity could potentially result in negative consequences for the participants due to invasion of privacy or breach of confidentiality. Example, collecting a student's GPA and the data were accidentally made available to unauthorized persons na dili dapat makakita sa ilahang mga grades. Then protection, we have to ensure anonymity in our research and confidentiality. Okay, anonymity, kanabitan in our research study, we do not name the participants. So na maggamit ta og mga pseudonyms, meaning mga dili tinuod nga mga pangalan or numbers. And we must ensure confidentiality in our study. Okay, but there are also studies which are involves only minimal risk and anonymous data collection, and there is no need for informed consent and other full review board and a review from the review board. So example of these are research involving normal educational practice. So mostly, according pa kay Sir Mac during our seminar, most researches or action researches which involves teaching and learning, they are exempted from this ethical review board. Dili na sa kailangan nga muagi pa sa full review from our review committee. So another is research on individual or group behavior or characteristics of individuals, where the researcher does not manipulate the participants' behavior and the study does not involve more than minimal risk. Then surveys or questionnaires that are determined by the IRB to involve perception, cognition, or game theory and do not involve gathering personal information. And studies involving physical activity where the IRB determines that no more than minimal risk exists and where the probability and magnitude of harm or discomfort anticipated in the research are not greater than those ordinarily encountered in daily life or during performance of routine physical activities. Okay, so naay mga study nga dili na kailangan og full review. Especially kung maingon ta nga ay mag-intervention lang ko kay gusto na ako ma-improve ang scores ako ang mga bata sa math or sa ato abang mga lessons muna maghatag og intervention, dili na siya kailangan og informed consent because that is part of our teaching and learning process. So we have here guidelines for online survey and consent procedure. Okay, so kabalo naman ta ani. All information required must be presented in the consent form. For those studies lang nga kanang murag kailangan jud mo mag-interview ba or naay mga procedure nga kailangan nga sundon ang mga estudyante, the information required in a consent form must be presented to the participants before they begin the survey. So kailangan nato og consent form even if we are conducting our survey online. Then potential participants must click on a button or type in a response indicating that he or she has read the consent or assent information and agrees to participate. Then the following procedures should be used to protect confidentiality of downloaded data. If IP addresses are collected by the survey tool, these should be deleted from the downloaded data file. And the data file should be stored on a password-protected computer. Any backup data file should also be stored in a secure location. Okay, so ethics review process. It is ethics review, meaning a systematic evaluation if the research, manuscript, or protocol adheres with the ethical and scientific standards and is compliant in the guidelines. So we have this exempted, meaning it does not undergo full or expedited review. It does not involve human participants or identifiable human tissue. And it will be based on the Research Ethics Committee. If your research proposal will be exempted from the review. So the REC submits annual report of list of exempted protocols. Next, we have expedited, meaning no more than minimum risk and burden to non-vulnerable participants, non-sensitive, confidential issues or nature of research study. So this will be reviewed by one or two primary reviewers and the chair will decide the approval. Then for sensitive topics, they are going to undergo full review. Meaning research protocol entails more than minimal risk to participants and involve vulnerability issues and or vulnerable population. And we have full board review. Okay. So for full board review, we have here the declaration of COI, clarifications by PR or independent consultant, presentation by two primary reviewers, discussion, summary by chair, deliberation, and voting by members. This is already, ma'am, these are already functions, ma'am, of our Research Ethics Committee. So, sa pagtanaw sa ato ang paper, ilahang i-review kung ang ato ang paper ba is kailangan og full review, expedited review, or is it exempted? Depending on our research topic. And we have accelerated review in the event of a public health emergency, such as the investigation of a disease outbreak or a disaster relief operation. A protocol may be submitted to accelerated review. So example of this was the conduct of the survey on the katong modalities, preferred modalities of the students, o katong unsang ilahang mga available nga mga gadgets sa balay, unsa ilahang gusto ba sila mag-online or mag-modular. So this is part, according to Sir Sherwin, was part of the accelerated review kay kailangan naman siya makakuha og katong survey para sa start sa klase. So next, how do you select your participants? We have target population or population of interest, where the researcher is interested to obtain data. So we have sample, subset of the population, then sampling, method of sample collection. So these are some terms that we have to remember. Target population, sample, and sampling, meaning the method of sample collection and sample are the subset of the population or the individuals. Goal of participant selection. So why is it that we have to exhibit justice in the selection of our participant? First, to achieve scientific validity, then to achieve ethical soundness. So if our study involves grade 4 pupils, then our participant should also be in grade 4 so that we would be able to achieve this scientific validity. Okay, kung grade 6 ang ato ang participant niyang ato ang study is about grade 4, then dili siya swak. Okay, next, whose responsibility is this? to select the participant. So this is the responsibility of the researcher, and also to look into if the participants were chosen and were able to have this scientific validity and ethical soundness. The Research Ethics Committee is also responsible since they are the ones to review our research proposal. So we have the process of selecting our participant, the sampling, which is to determine the eligible individual that should be included in our research. We have the recruitment, meaning the inviting of individuals to participate. So dire pod ma-fall ang ato ang parents orientation or orientation in order to conduct our research study. Then we have the retention, keeping them enrolled in the study. So justice is expressed in the fair sampling, recruitment, and retention of the participants. So we have the research management guidelines and ethical considerations. So research management guidelines, this includes ensuring confidentiality in handling data of respondents and providing consent forms where necessary. Further, anyone found to have violated research ethics will be blacklisted from availing of any other research grant or mechanism in the department. Okay. And as a researcher, we also have to look into, especially if you're going to deal with people, with indigenous people as our participants. So we have to read this DepEd Order 62, which is the National Indigenous People Education Policy Framework. And we also have to take consideration this DepEd Order 40 Series 2012 for us teachers, since we are dealing with students. So we have to read this child protection policy. So this is our research proposal application form and immediate supervisor. This is the declaration of absence of conflict of interest or COI, and declaration of anti-plagiarism and absence of conflict of interest. So once the research proposal was approved, ma'am, you will be asked to sign a MOA in the regional office and also to sign this declaration of anti-plagiarism. And we have this research misconduct. Research misconduct is defined as the first misconduct include differences of opinion, whether it could be true or false. Okay, to be considered research misconduct, actions must represent a significant departure from accepted practices or have been committed intentionally or knowingly or recklessly, and be proven by a preponderance of evidence. Okay, so we have international guidelines, UNESCO 2017. I will not go into this one, ma'am, since the salient features or the main features of this research ethics is really on the protection, the respect for person, the beneficence, and justice. Okay, so this is the UNESCO 2017 Code of Conduct for Social Science Research. So you could also read this one so that all of us would be guided as we conduct our research. Okay, so compensation is not a benefit of research. Undue inducements are troublesome because offers that are true attractive may blind prospective subjects to the risk or impair their ability to exercise proper judgment. Meaning, kung naatay mga benefits that we offer as a reward for the participants in participating in our research, then it would be too attractive para sa ilaha. That they cannot exercise proper judgment whether they would participate or not in the study, since they are only after with the rewards that we are going to give. Number two, they may prompt themselves to lie or conceal information. Labi na kung si teacher or si ma'am principal ang maghatag sa pagkumag sa survey, Ay, ako dyan yung dakuon, kay basig, apinis ako ang koan, RPMS na grado. Or, ay, dili ko magsulat diri og negative, kay basig makasab-an ko ni ma'am. Or, mayon ni ma'am akong grado. So, di ba, na ang kasagaran nga kuan mahuna-hunaan sa either sa estudyante or as teachers, just like parehas sa ako. Pero that's why, ma'am, it is also advised that if we are in the administration, this is based lang po sa mga discussion during our seminar, na it is advised that if you're an administrator, kanang dili gud ka mo research sa imong mga teachers, but mangita ka og lain nga mga participants which are not under your immediate supervision, ma'am, kay usahay sometimes ang mga ang result would really be affected by biases. Okay. So mura pud to ang ilahang as a result sa ilang mga discussions, ma'am, na possible na mga hindrances in achieving this ethical soundness in the research. Okay. IRB, or the Institutional Review Board. So actually, murag late gamay ang pag-institutionalize sa ato ang review committee sa region, kay katong murag karon pa jud nga school nga tuig na nasabutan o na conceptualize nga kailangan na sa ato ang region magbuhat og ato ang sarili nga review board, since we are accepting research proposals for our basic education research fund. Okay, so these are composition of our IRP, or the Research Ethics Committee. We have the chairperson. So dili lang ni siya kay kanang educators tanan, so we also have to have members of the board which are involved in different fields, like for example medical scientists, we have clinicians, we have legal experts, we have social scientists, one philosopher or ethicist, and one lay person from community, and we also have a secretary or appointed secretary. So let us have this one. Okay, let us have this one, ma'am. I would like to have your idea about this. My proposed research will involve an observational study of children's classroom behavior and the effect of praise on student performance. I propose to use 6th grade students in a local public school. I plan to enter the setting as a student teacher. I will then divide the class into 2 separate groups. One group of children I will frequently compliment and praise for being smart, clever, intelligent, and good students. The other group I will largely ignore, or when pressed, comment that they are doing an adequate job. I will collect field notes on how members of each group tend to interact with each other and their teachers. I will additionally collect discrete data, their various exam and essay scores for the class, to see if my use of positive labels affects their class performance. Okay, so what can you say about this situation? Or I think this is the plan of how the researcher will conduct his or her intervention. Is this ethically sound? What could be some possible harm which would be generated by having this intervention? Study from the group, ma'am.
Okay, Jeff. I think
yes, ma'am.
Looking into the situation and the plan of the researcher, the second paragraph already entails discrimination, and which actually is one thing that we should consider in having children as, or even human being as our subject for research. Grouping the children who are actually not clever or whatever, how do we call that? It's already discriminating them, and actually we are branding them to be like that. Ganun siya. And I don't think it will pass in the ethics committee if I'm one of them. Kailangan gid siya i-revise.
Yes.
Lagi. Kaya in the first place, the
Yes.
students are minors. Yeah, secondly, daghan kay siya buhaton ani para kailangan jud niya ni i-revise. Para sa ako lang ha, the way I see it. Okay, we need to be fair and we need to be confidential. Kani pa lang pag grupo na the children are very bright. They know already why they are grouped like this and why they are grouped like that. And they will really think, ay, grupo ang mga bright. Ay, dili gid mi bright. Oh, di ba? This is already an issue of discrimination and justice to children, the prospect subjects of the research.
Yes. Thank you, Ma'am Ann. Salamat, Ma'am Ann. So, actually, Ma'am Ann is very, she really got the point that this study would not really pass the review of for ethical standards because one, it is discrimination already that we group the students, and this group we are going to praise for being smart. Uy, right? Ayun, dili ato ang i-ignore. So dili should pwede no. Okay. And if I am one of the students who were constantly ignored, even if I already did my best nga mag-answer, magbuhat sa mga activities,
para
magsakit siguro kayo sa buot, no?
Oh, then as if you are bullied in the class.
Yes, makakuan siya sa ako nga ni unsa di ay ko dili ko kamaong kanang makakaw siya sa imong mental stress o kanang murag makuan mamaliit nimo imong sarili. Therefore, in this study, unsa man ato ang desisyon ani?
Kung kita ang ethics committee to give also humane or human consideration to the researcher, we will give her recommendations on the thing that she should do, and then submit back her plan, and then we are going to scrutinize. If still the new plan is like this, then therefore we have no choice than recommending it for Ma'am Lagang is commenting. There is an issue there is an issue of justice among respondents and would create bullying and competition. Correct, good kayo, Ma'am.
Yes, Ma'am. So, isa na ang teacher sa nang bully sa mga estudyante.
Dapat ang teacher dili gid siya mapa-feel kung mag-research ka, dili mo ipa-feel sa mga bata nga kanang lahi gid ang isa or ang isa maayo ang isa dili, ganon. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yun lang po, okay.
Yes, so thank you, Ma'am Ann, and thank you, Ma'am She. So, in this study, naan mga suggestions, unsa kaya ang pwede nato i-suggest sa kaning researcher to make this study murag mas makapasar siya sa ato ang ethics review?
So
kaya ato pwede mas-suggest
if we are going to consider the situation today, that observation is not allowed. So kani palang daan ang method niya is change.
Yes, ma'am.
Change ang method. If yung problema, anong gusto niya, behavior, phrases among students. Why not transform? I do not know if I'm right. I do not know if Sir Mac is listening. I do not know if my suggestion is correct.
Yes,
pwede na ba kung mahimong ethics member ko?
Actually, ma'am, during sa amo ang training, Ma'am Ann, ang isa sa mga suggestion ani nga, why not lahi nga klase.
Ang
halimbawa,
gamiton.
kaning class, i-praise. Una dito sa pikas na klase,
Pwede
para
siya.
jud kung gusto jud nimo ni siya nga i-pursue ni siya nga study.
Laylay sila
kaning
classroom.
klase na, grabe. Ang lahi-lahi sila classroom nga dili
Correct.
nila mahibaw-an na ang kanida ang isabi na praise na ang kanila. Kay para patas tanan ang ilahang ma-feel. So, isa
Pwede
na
sa
sa mga
siya nga
suggestion,
naon.
ma'am,
Isa na
that
siya.
came up.
Or kung pwede siya, himuon na lang siyang quanti. Pansira, di po pwede bisayaon ang question kung sa Bisaya siya or sa ato ang locality, tapos pa-answer sa ilaha, patabang sa parents, pwede siguro na, no? Kay sila ra, I do not know kung pwede ba, tapos ipansiran sa ilaha.
Mag-survey na lang
O survey na lang ka, oo. Kasi mo gibati, kung
pwede
maingon
na
si
po.
ma'am nga, very
Kasi
good. O, kanunay ba maingon si ma'am nga, very good? Mga anak good na mga pangutana, pwede siguro, no?
Yes, ma'am. So, di ba, in our discussion, we have already minimized the risk nga gibati sa nga pwede
Kaya
potentially nga mahatag sa mga
it's
estudyante.
quali, pero this time, dili ni siya pwede.
Yes, ma'am. During this time. So,
pero sa normal siguro, pwede siya sa katong normal na or katong during the face-to-face setting, it could be.
Face-to-face din
But
siya, ma'am.
if it's face-to-face, then go. But we will change na lang the anyway, identify in one classroom. Find a way na the students will not feel that they are grouped according to their intelligences.
Oo, yes. Pwede ito siya na per classroom dire, i-praise sa PICAS, kay lahi na po ang imuhang approach if you really want. But this is during the face-to-face interaction. Kay kung ang researcher, ang ihalan yung ginatanaw dire nga makuha niya ang kaniyahang objective nga ihalang yung kanang kuanon kung unsa ang mahimong resulta kung iyang gina-praise ang bata mo wala na siya nagtan-aw kung unsa ang mahimo nga feeling sa mga bata. So the main purpose daw of our research ato tong hinumduman to atong weighing scale ganina na the pursuit of knowledge must be balanced with the protection of human subjects of our students.
Good afternoon, Do.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Ayag is trying to say something.
Yes, Ma'am Abet.
So, in addition to that, as of this time for pandemic, we cannot determine our children's classroom behavior because wala na sa atua ang mga bata. That's why in our research plan for research, we cannot determine the behavior of our students. And we have to plan for a title that kanang dili maapektuhan ang mga bata. So we will have to plan a title of our research that cannot be affected by our students kay basig maigo ta dito sa bullying. So thank you very much, and I know that everybody is kabalot sila what is the kuan sa atong panahon karon.
Yes, ma'am. So as Ma'am Ayag and Ma'am Ann have said that our research must be sakto siya kung unsa ang ato ang ma-experience karon. So kung kani nga research ang atong ipasa karong panahon na di gini siya ma-approve since we have no physical interaction with our students. Yes, ma'am. So let's proceed. Okay, muna answer Ana. Okay, so let's just summarize. So what are the importance of research ethics? We are going to know that this is the right thing to do. So research ethics is for protection of dignity, welfare, and rights of research participants. Then for protection of data integrity, preserve credibility, trust, and accountability, reduce liabilities, wasted time and resources, and protection of researcher and ERC or the Ethics Review Committee from liabilities. Okay, and there is no best way to undertake research, no universal method that applies to all scientific investigations. Accepted practices for the responsible conduct of research can vary from discipline to discipline and even from laboratory to laboratory. There are, however, shared values for the responsible conduct of research. So, research that binds all researchers together. So these are the values that we have to remember as researcher: honesty, accuracy, efficiency, and objectivity. Okay. So that ends my presentation. But we are going to have an activity. Okay, so that ends my presentation. Is there any question? If I cannot answer your question, we have Sir Mac and Ma'am Ann to help me. Is there any question, Ma'am, about ethical standards? In ethical standards, we just have to remember that the respect for person, beneficence, and justice, and that we have to be objective in the research, honest, and credible. So, kana lang siya ito hinumduman, ma'am. Basta kanang ma-protect ang mga participants from harm.
Correct.
And kung action research nga naa sa classroom, dili na nato kailangan tong informed consent, especially kung about siya sa lesson, then kailangan maghatag lang ta og intervention. Dili na siya kailangan dyan mga maghatag og ma'am.
Basig makapasar niya ako, Jess, no? Basig makapasar ni sa sample output, I have one output. Pero, unya na ako i-share, okay? So, ang sign na sa
topic. Ay, kami na mag-share. Mag-doan siya ta, ma'am. Wala questions, mag-quizzes na ko. Kay mga nahuman naman ko.
Asa may mo adto?
Wait. Wait lang, ma'am. I will be giving 50 peso load, char.
Wow.
To the first, to the one who will be able to have the highest score for our quiz. This is our assessment. So I'll be sharing my screen. So I would like to request everyone, even those who are watching in YouTube, to please go to, wait. Okay, direta sa quizzes.com. Ma'am, nakita niyo akong screen. Go to quizzes.com. Then, ako ipakita. Okay. Quizzes. Quizzizz. Everybody, may I ask everyone to participate? What? Ay, anong security browse app.com? Wait. Saan yung pag-exit? Ay, wait. Turn na lang na quizzes. Okay, join a game. Join a game, ma'am, na magawas ni siya, ma'am. Then, enter a code. Na code na pangayoon sa inyo, ha. Nakapollow to, ma'am. Okay, so ang unang buhaton, pwede mo mo-add to sa Google Chrome or sa inyong browser. I-type ninyo dira ang quizzes. Dire lang o sa search box. Human, dito ta sa join a game. Quizzes, then join a game. Then, after joining a game, mag-ask siya og code. Ang code kay, dara, 223616. Okay, wala pa yung naka-join sa ato ang quizzes. Wala pa yung naka-join. No participants have joined.
Join ako, ma'am. Sir Edsel.
May-join mo, ma'am. 223.
Daga namin, ma'am.
Ano, dili na ako makita. Wait, ako na i-refresh. Ay, 11 na! Yay! So, na 11 dere sa ako si Ma'am Sheila, si Ma'am Gina, si Rodora, si Ma'am Donna, si Ate Lina, si Sir Edsel, si Ma'am Hikal, si Miss Bye-Bye, Si Ma'am Edna. 12 na. Si Ma'am Marvick. What about the others? 12 lang. Okay, we are only 12. So let's wait for 1 minute na lang before we start our quiz. Nanat si Ma'am Alma Morales, we're 13, 14. Okay, 14 na lang. 14 na dyan ta. Sige, let's start. Okay, so what you're going to do is just to answer the questions. Each question is only for 10 seconds lang man yata ni siya. Tag 10 seconds lang ang question. You're only given 10 seconds to answer each question. Then your speed and also your answer will determine your score. So let's start. Ready na? Ready na? Ready na mo, ma'am? Okay, mag-start na ta.
Atang i-click magdasa.
Ha?
Asa man mo answer, Jess?
Wait, tara diri, ma'am. Nag-start na.
Okay.
Nakita niyo, ma'am? O, di ba? Nag-answer ng uban. O, very good. 0. Time's up. Okay.
Incorrect.
Wait, so nakakuha og tama nga answer kay si Sheila.
Mali ko.
The assurance given to participants that their identities will be protected from disclosure. Meaning, dili nimo ihatag.
Wala ko nakabasa. Dulit sa lang taplok.
So, ang kuan niya is anonymity. Ang ilang identity, meaning, dili nimo sila i-name. Imo silang hatagan og pseudonym or number lang ba in your research paper.
Put codes.
Okay? Yes, ma'am, pwede codes. Hey. So, kinsa to nakakuha og duha lang ang tama.
May pa sila. Ako kasulat lang. Ayan, kaayo ko.
Ay,
diri ra ko sa chat
naman.
ning sulat ra ko diri sa
the principle that all information gathered is private. Private, ha?
Confident. Unsa to? Enter. Confidentiality. Ay, diri.
Okay,
ito, magbasa pala. Time's up na.
Reading. Followed by Sir Edsel.
Ako na magbasa.
Yes, ma'am. 10 seconds lang. Ay!
Di na makaya sa ining idaranji.
So dapat pas dili makayo ang sarili kanang taas ra kayo, ma'am.
Sa ako lamang ko yung gibuhat.
Sige lang.
Sige.
Sige lang, sunod, ma'am, to our close na na-dali. So natay 13 nga nakakuha out of 15.
Election type na lang na, oy.
Process of research governance which seeks to ensure that research project meets the ethical standards. Paspasa. Okay. Si Ate Donna ang leading. Okay, so the answer is ethical approval. Research governance which seeks to ensure that research project meets the standard. Ethical approval. Okay. Okay, Ate Donna, leading. Okay, the answer is informed consent. Okay, and next. The principle in research ethics which directs us to maximize possible benefits and minimize harm. Okay. Oo. Huwag nawala akong connection. Wala, nawala akong connection.
Napa, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, okay. So the answer is beneficence. The principle in research which directs us to maximize benefits and minimize harm. Autonomous agents. Autonomous agents. Humahabol si Ma'am Gina. Okay, the answer is respect for persons. Very good. 15 ang nakakuha. Okay, we have 10 questions, ma'am. Individuals and groups must be treated fairly and equitably in terms of burden. Okay. So we have Ma'am Donna. The answer is justice. 18 got correct answer. Protection of the research participant is more important. True or false? Okay, so dito na gihapon ang leading. Okay, everybody got the correct answer. Yay! Tama tanan. Risk associated with research participation must be reduced to a minimum. Yes, true or false? Okay. So the answer is true. So beneficence requires that risk associated with research participation must be reduced to minimum. Okay, social and economic conditions do not have to be considered by researchers. Okay, so Ate Donna is leading. Yay! Okay, so that is now the last question. Yes. Okay, so kinsa ang ato ang kuan? Wait. So ang kinsa to ato ang leading? Sa ato ang ano? Kinsa to ang leading na sa ato ang ano leaderboard? Si Ma'am Donna. Si Ate Donna ni from ano? Calinan Central Elementary School.
Yay!
Yay! So our leading is second si Roms. Yay! Then third si Sir Edsel, and our first or the leading in our leaderboard is Ate Donna from sa Kuan, Calinan Central. Tama ako.
Yes, from Calinan Central Elementary School. Yay!
Yay! Palakpakan. Congratulations, Calinan Central, followed by Villafuerte. Then we have our third from Sister Edsel? Riverside Elementary School. Yay! So, thank you everyone. Ate Donna, i-chat sa ako imong number. Char. For your load.
Gcash.
Thank you for the cash.
That's everything. That's my presentation this afternoon. So I hope you learned something from what I have shared to you. So these were also the learnings that I've got from our seminar in the region level with Sir Sherwin Portugaliza. Thank you, ma'am and sir.
Congratulations, Jessa, and salamat kaayo sa substantial na input on ethics of research. At this time, I am going to continue. If you need a break, you may do so for 2 minutes, and after that, let's be back. And then if you need snacks, you can actually have a working snack. Should I now proceed to my topic? Mo proceed na ba ko, ma'am? Or mag-break pa mo og 10 minutes? Hi.
Hello, ma'am. Pwede po ma'am break 10 minutes.
Okay, breaks. Ata, 10 minutes
Water
no.
break. Opo, ma'am.
Walay water break usabi kay murag kuan na. We will be back after 10 minutes. You can also do stretching in there. Wherever you are sitting, you can stand for 2 minutes and then stretch for a while. Okay, I think we are now ready for the next topic. You have already, or we have already our title, I believe, and we were already guided by the ethics that Ma'am Jessa was able to discuss with us. And of course, our topics, if we're going to look at the samples given a while ago or this morning, are actually anchored on the themes that Sir MacArthur Gamayat discussed this morning. Now we are going to move on to the next part of the action research, which is the making of the rationale, the context and rationale, which I believe this was also touched by Sir Gamayot this morning. But we will try to concretize it in the easy way we can. I do not know if I can contextualize it really the easiest way, but I will try. So makaya lang na to, ha? Okay? So may I share my screen? Naglibog na ko. Do you see now my screen?
Wala pa. Wala.
Wala pa. Wait ha.
Daw sa
Wait ma'am.
setting. Murag ang naalang sa ano. Stop presenting. Uy, nawala man. Ano, left man si Doki. Uy.
Hala, ano dili ko makashare. To avoid mirroring, don't share your entire screen or browser. Ano?
Makita na mo imong screen, ma'am.
Ay, nakita na?
Opo.
Ako ang dili kakita.
Oh, nawala ako.
Ay, Lord, unsa na ko ni wait ha. Naunsa to kagay na dali ra man kayo to? Wait ha. Okay, balik ko. Share, present now. Dili lagi, nganong dili na Sir Alex, nganong dili na ko makita? Makita ninyo ako screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Nanay mo screen.
So ako lang ang wala, no?
Okay na. Kuha na lang, ma'am. I-slideshow na lang, ma'am.
Okay na? Naanak mong screen, ma'am, slideshow. Okay.
Dili pa siya slideshow sa mo, ma'am.
Ha? Dili pa? Ano sa dili?
Wala pa man.
Sabi nga nun eh. Saan ako siya?
F5, ma'am.
Dili, lagi nga siya. Ang naka-note sa diri is to avoid mirroring, don't share your entire screen or browser window. Share just a tab or a different window instead. Unsay akong baton aniha. So I will stop sharing. Then I will share again.
Share your entire screen, Ma'am Ann. Entire screen to Ma'am Ann.
Entire screen. Then,
yes, ma'am. Kata naman. Yes, ma'am. Then, atuloy sa mong presentation, Ma'am Ann. Then,
okay na, Jess?
Ay, na, ma'am.
Okay na?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I will just share with you my understanding in this making of context and rationale. So the objective of this session is to write the context and rationale based on the identified problems and issues. And at this moment, I want you to think of your own problem and the identified issue this morning and the things that you have crafted after the more than half day of sessions. Then number 2, write an action research question. Context and rationale are first, situations that are problematic. You will mention there what's the situation that is actually present in your classroom or around you in school. And in the context and rationale also, you are going to tell describe or tell the underlying reasons or the basis of your study. Why are you going to study about, what do you call this? Yung sinabi kanina na reading comprehension. Is there a problem in reading comprehension in your classroom? How did you find it? And how are you going to go about it? Number 3, context and rationale also could actually contain justifications of your problem. You're going to justify or going to explain why are you studying such issue in your school. And how could we source these problem justifications? One source is personal experiences. Of course, as teachers in the classroom, if we experience the problem per se in our classroom, let's say in English or math or TLE, we are the right person to really discuss the personal experiences of ours in the context and rationale. If you're going to study uh, issues in school, you can also write the experiences in the workplace. And of course, if you want to strengthen your context and rationale, you're going to support your experiences with suggestions coming from other researchers or those who have already studied one of those concerns or issues. You could also add theories if you wish, if you go into basic research. But we are going to focus on our action research this time, so that we could continue the process of writing action research throughout this day, or even just up to the context and rationale. So I am presenting now I do not know, I want Ma'am Jessa or Sir to critique my title. This is not yet sexy, or this is not yet actually beautiful, but I am still going to look for things, look for the right names of these activity sheets and supplementary materials, because I want to ground my context in this working title of mine. Improving the skills in constructing simple sentences of my grade 6 learners using self-made activity sheets and supplementary materials in distance learning modality. So what is the problem here? The problem here is what's the problem? It's the construction of sentences. What happened to the sentences of the children? Okay, let us see. And they're grade 6 at that. So in writing in action research and in writing the context and rationale, we are actually suggested to have 500 words. 500 words. And we could have 3 paragraphs at least, but we can also have more if we need it. Meaning, if we think that the 3 paragraphs of ours still do not speak of the wholeness of our research, we could somehow move into adding more to substantiate our context and to explain further our issue. So, in the classroom research, according to Sir Mac, it is just like telling a story. So this time, we are to try our best to answer each guide questions that will follow, and we are going to use first person. And in answering these guide questions, please look into your problems made this morning or the output that you have. First paragraph needs to tell the general situation about a certain problem. Now, guide questions. What is the general situation or circumstance in relation to your problem or issue? So you are going to answer now. You're going to think of the problem on reading. What's the general situation on reading? Or let's say in my title or working title, what's the problem? What's the general situation about the skills in writing and in constructing sentences or simple sentences? So here is my general situation or sample, but I will not say that it's perfect, but I think it could help us. In this new normal situation, especially in the modality adopted by the school, which is deemed applicable to the context of the learners, the performance could only be based on the scores in the assessment tests. Looking at the results of the assessments, of course in language, I found out that most of my learners fall short in constructing even simple sentences in one of their writing performance tasks. I was frustrated in finding out the mistakes in the sentences in terms of capitalization, use of punctuations, spelling, and the agreement of subject and the verb. So this speaks of the general problem that my students has really mistakes in constructing simple sentences. I hope this will help us or help anyone. In the first paragraph, you need also to discuss the urgency. Is the solving of this skill or is the solving of this problem urgent? Or is it really needed to be addressed right away? What good it will do if we are going to address it right away? So you will give your reasons. Guide questions. Why is this problem needs to be addressed immediately? So as teachers, we know and we actually are very good in terms of reasons because we ourselves are the persons who experience it. So we can assess if the problem really needs to be addressed or not. Why is this problem needs immediate solution? Usually when we think of a problem that needs immediate solution, especially if the problem really are found in our least learned competencies that we need to address, especially in the teaching and learning process or in the understanding of the content that we are teaching to our students. If you're going to look at the situation today, we can find many things to be which are researchable in the modules of our students. So why is this problem needs an immediate solution? We know the reason. We're going to stipulate our reasons. We're going to arrange our reasons. I know teachers are actually very good in sequencing all the reasons to create a coherent paragraph. So here is in my context and in my working problem, sentence conveys meaning. In decoding meaning, correct sentence construction is very necessary. It is also important in communication, any transaction, and in making any reports or scholarly works like correspondences. Moreover, one of the C's in the 21st century skills that we aim to develop sorry for the word. To develop in our learners is communication. Since sentence construction is an important part of written communication, as a teacher, I found this issue or problem worthwhile attention and solution. But this one could still be improved and could be added some more. But for the sake of the presentation, and we could actually see the idea on how to create contexts, then I'm just giving the simpler examples. In the second paragraph, because you have already given the situation in the first, and the second sentence or preceding sentences are on its immediacy in terms of giving solutions. Now, as teachers, we're going to think of our plan of action. What are we going to do given the situation and given the urgency of solving that certain issue. So the guide question for this is, what do you intend to do? The sample that I'm going to give you is just a rough sample because this is still needed to be improved, but I do not know. I think it's going to be a sample of the paragraph 2 telling how am I going to solve the problem on the sentence construction problem of my students. With this in mind, I would like to examine the actual output of the students. Then I will chart all the mistakes that each of the papers have. After charting, I will determine the frequencies of repetitions of the mistakes and group them according to their classes. Through this, I would identify the top 5 common mistakes. Then, after having the list, I would plan for I would plan for the planning and creation of localized supplementary activity sheets or learning materials that would respond to the need of the learners in constructing simple sentences. So if you're going to look at this is just a rough sample of the things that I wanted to do based on the problem that I had in the previous slides. So how could I solve their problems? I cannot solve just their problems and look at the papers, but we need to do step-by-step process in determining what classes or parts of speeches are they really having a hard time so that we can actually address that problem. The third paragraph. This paragraph talks about significance of your study. How important is your study that we need to address that? How important it is to let the students really make a good sentence or simple sentence in paragraph. Importante ba kabalo sila maghimo og sentence or dili? Okay? So, guide question for this part. Why is this study important? And of course, this paragraph talks about its contribution, firstly, to the students, and of course, to the school, that the students are in. And the what you call the most important thing is that the solution that you're going to make or the solution that you're going to do to address the problem would have this so-called functional literacy results for the students. Guide questions. What would be the potential contribution or insight of my research? Can it contribute to the teaching and learning process or not? So my sample is this. It's just also a rough sample. As a language teacher, I consider sentence construction skill as an essential part. One of the outputs that prove learners are able to understand the content that I taught in days or weeks is this, what they call that, the skills in sentence construction. I also believe that addressing such problem and eventually in helping the learners in this area of language could help the students to become functional individual at work in the future. So I don't know if it explains so much on the title, but in my point of view, it tells me that if I would do this and I could have a positive effect, there would be a possibility that my students could become good writers and could be functional enough in the future. Any questions so far? Nothing. So there, based on the Division Memo 144, Series of 2017, there are additional things that we're going to think about uh, this third paragraph. Will it solve a particular problem? Will it offer a new way of thinking? Will it give you enhancement of practice? Will it prove this or disprove something? Yes. If will it solve or contribute to a certain debate, or will it add evidence to developing body of knowledge, or will it develop new theory or another model? So if I will do my intervention, which is also rough this time, would it would it solve the problem? Probably. Will it offer a new way of thinking? Yes, because there could be a question. There could be possibility that the self-made tests or self-made assessment or supplementary materials could help a lot to the students. Could it give new enhancement of practice? Yes, probably. Okay, these are just guide questions that would help us enhance more our context and rationale. Any question in the context and rationale before I am going to proceed to research questions?
Doki.
Ma'am.
In the context and rationale, what is the difference between the base research and the action research? If the action research is maybe 500 words or how many paragraph, or what is the basis
In
of
the as far as I know, ma'am, in action research we are required to have 500 words. But in the basic research, in the introductory part, we are actually allowed to have 3.5 pages. 3.5 pages, which arrange in the basic research, and the arrangement also is different from the what they call the action research.
So we are focusing on the action research.
Yes,
right
ma'am.
now.
Yes, we are only focusing
so that
on
our,
the action
our
research.
participants will not be confusing. How are we going to write the action research and the basic research?
Action research. But yes, ma'am.
Action
Yes.
research na ni or basic research na ni.
Action lang kita ta, ma'am, kay para
this time
mahuman
we
ka.
will be able to have our action research.
Okay. May I ask, ma'am, is my sample actually linked to the guide questions? Kasi ginawa ko lang ito a while ago para lang to fit the study that I wanted to do based on the what they call that the result of Ma'am Jessa's explanation a while ago. I know everything of the samples I'm giving are just rough. Because everything is, if I am going to use the samples from the face-to-face classes, I would somehow be deviating from what they call that, from the scenario that we are trying to look into this time. So I better choose to have my own sample. But further, I will be adding something, but it's not here in the slides. So any other questions? Thank you very much for that, Ma'am Ayag. So in the action research, we could have context and rational for just mga one, what do you call that? 1 page, kasi 500 words man. So more or less, it's 1 page or 1.5. Compared to the basic research, it's actually a longer. Basic research rationale is actually longer because we have to consider other things. But at this moment, we're going to look into how to make context and rationale for what do you call this? Action research. Any other thing that you would like to clarify? Okay, I hope everybody is actually thinking of their problems now, and that they are starting to think or how to write their context and rationale. Now, the second topic that I am actually going to give you is writing the research questions. So in AR or BR, base, even in basic research, research questions are the specific questions that the study or our study intends to answer. What do our studies intend to answer? That's our research question. And in the study that I am planning to make, which needs some proofreading or whatever, these are the research question para lang natin makita na continuity. So since I am actually delving on the improvement of the sentence construction of my students. So my first question is, what are the common mistakes in sentences constructed by the learners as grouped according to grammar classes? And second, can self-made activity sheets and supplementary materials address the problems on simple sentence constructions of the learners? There's supposed to be questions. Okay? Pero wala na ako nabutangan og kanang question mark, no? So, yan na. So, is there any question? Can we now do our questions or can we now do our contexts using the problems that we have in this morning's session? Nga nilang kamubo akong topic. Okay? Any question? Wala? Or critique? Ma'am Jessa? Is my problem workable?
Huh? On-site?
Okay. Wala. Comments, please. May I ask, nakuha ba niyo ang picture saon pagkuha bisag sa kanilang na simple na example sa context and rationale? Nakuha ninyo ang picture unsaon paghimo sa context and rationale of your action research? More lang siya og narrative, no? So this is actually what Sir MacArthur was telling us a while ago, that as if you are just telling story, but you're already telling the problem and you are suggesting a solution. And this will matter only on the sentence construction and in making coherent paragraphs. If there is no question, these are my references in writing this one. Bangat J, first study, of course, I read. Two-pronged approach in addressing chronic absenteeism among grade 4 pupils. Criswell, JW, Educational Research, Planning, Conducting, Evaluating Quantitative and Qualitative Research, University of Nebraska, Lincoln, Pearson Education Incorporated. And of course, the research enthusiast of the division office, whose sheets were used last year, Sir Villones G. and Sir Saliga Larry, 2019 Action Research Worksheets for Teachers in Doing Their Classroom-Based Action Research. And this is the one. But I would like to, I already asked Ma'am Jessa if we could somehow share her example of context and rationale, yung proposal pa lang, because if we are going to go back to the first character, to the first content, the first, let's say here. Okay. So in making your context and rationale, my examples are on personal experiences that I have. That's still okay because it is a number one. But as I said, that personal experiences could be strengthened and could be added or could be substantiated by other suggestions made by other researchers or by other people who actually know about the topic and who has written something about your topic. So, pwede siya ma-substantiate. And I think the best, akong nakita lang no nga, o anjud ko ka ng murag kumbaga pa, mo tangkilik ko tag sariling atin. I would recommend the work of Ma'am Jessa, the proposal pa lang, the proposal work of Ma'am Jessa, and if it is going to be okay with her, I am asking her to share her, what they call that, her research proposal for the teachers to have the picture of how the personal experiences is added with other suggestions coming from different people, which are published already. Okay? So if there is no question, I would say that thank you very much for listening and good luck to all of us in writing our context and rationale. And in my watch, it's already 3:20, and the rest of the time until 5 o'clock or 4:30, please spend them in writing your context and rationale. And you could also PM me if you have questions. Now, for the administrators, if you are going to be working on something which deals with performance indicators in the school, in the context and rationale, you can explain the gaps that could be found based on the different results in the performance indicator, comparing it, of course, with the division or the national targets. Pwede dato na siya gamiton. Okay? If you're going to opt into some more quantitative one, which is more on what you call the performance indicator or the statistics that you have in school. So if there is no question anymore, I will be ending my screen sharing, and I would like to thank you for listening. I hope everybody could make our context and rationale. If not right away this time, hopefully tonight we could think about it. Or kaya na to na 1 hour to make our context and rationale. So congratulations. We already are done with the inputs for the first day, and I hope Romeline, I think she is raising her hand. What's that, Romes?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes.
As lang po, ma'am, ang output po for this day is working title pa lang po, ma'am, or kasali na po ang context?
If you could draft, we have 1 hour and a half. If you could draft your context and rationale, that would be better. Kahit na draft pa lang good. So long as you can submit title and of course the context and rationale in our to our coordinators who would be uploading them to our Google Drive. Di ba, Ma'am Romes?
Okay po. Noted, ma'am. Salamat.
Okay. I think Ma'am Ayag is trying to say something.
Yes, and if Sir Gamayot has also some inputs to put on in our today or this afternoon, hopefully he can add whatever inputs that he may be have in additional in our training this afternoon, so that there will be very good ano nato sa hapon. So anyway, 3:30 hopefully makahumanta at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Hello, Sir Mac. Are you
we
still
have
here
Sir
with us?
Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, Nadia.
And good afternoon.
First, sir, I want to
I'm just
ask,
listening to the discussion.
do I make sense in my context and rationale?
Yes. We'll try, ma'am, and we'll discuss. Maganda po pagka-discuss your context and rationale. Yes. So, participants, we have only 3 main guides. First is the we need to write our context rational in a general perspective. Ano talaga yung context? Sa context, ano yung context that the teachers experience inside the classroom or in the school per se. Ito lang yung dapat nating tandaan. In writing the context and rational, dapat unique, meaning our own experience, parang parang anecdotal report in our common term, magawa ka lang ng anecdotal report. But in a scientific way, yun po yung context and rational. Huwag kayong mabahala in writing context and rational. My advice is that huwag kayong titingin sa internet, huwag kayong mag-surf ng any kasi the context and rational is really your own experience problem. Kasi pag tingin kayo sa mga internet, ano yung mga problema, you will be tempted of copying the context they're in. Honestly speaking, and 100%, magkaiba po ang writing action research, especially if you surf the net, magkaiba talaga. Talaga yung context and rational nila, parang may added literature. Sa atin wala. In the real sense, walang added literature po ang context and rational because that's already your own context. Kung ano nangyari sa loob ng classroom, yun po sulat. Don't worry about the grammar or the sentence arrangement. You have Ma'am Ann who can help with you on that. Talaga, free flow lang po yung sulat, mga teachers. Free flowing po yung pagkasulat ng text and rational. Kung pwede, mahirapan kayo bullet form. Gagawin yan into paragraph form. Ganun lang po. Ano yung na-experience? First, ano yung na-experience sa problem? Then second, meron na ba tayong nagawang para bang augment or meron na ba tayong move on that before and after or long time ago? Meron na bang move? Kung wala, ikaw yung gagawa. Tapos ano yung plan mo solve or to bridge the gap? Ano yung plan mo? Yun lang. Dapat sa context and rational, yung 5H ba yan? Ano yung problema? Kailan nangyari yung problema? Bakit nangyari yung problema? At when? Why? And how? The how is, how will you solve the problem? Doon. Pag nasagot mo yung apat na yan, maganda po yung context and rational, then you can proceed on research question. Dapat kasi may nagtanong kanina kung dapat ba may context and rational today. If I'm to advise, dapat meron kasi that will be our research in crafting your research question. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Easy lang. Huwag yung masyadong think of it is difficult because basta, as I said, parang gumawa ka lang ng anecdotal report, anecdotal record, or you are just telling a story. That is the context and rational. That is unique. You might compare ganito, may magkapareho kayo tema with your co-teacher. Pero bakit ipagsulat niya sa context and rational? Because context and rational is unique in every tears because you, teacher, or the research participants experience that problem na hindi experience ng ibang teacher. Thank you so much and good afternoon.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the additional inputs. So, ma'am, can we now leave the participants to do their context and rationale?
Yes, okay.
Okay. So, dear participants, we will now have asynchronous work or offline work, and then do your context and rationale, and of course the questions. The questions or at least two research questions of the problem that you already have identified this morning. So with this, thank you so much and God bless you. Enjoy working. Just write a story on what happened in your classroom or what happened in our work at this moment. Goodbye, everyone. God bless.